Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's another fun day for monsters and memories. What's today? Thursday? I believe today is Thursday. Get this stuff over here working. Things popping out. Get the old pop out. So let's get things started. It's going to be a shorter stream than normal today, but still, you know, a good stream. Good stream, but definitely shorter than my ones that I've been doing lately. I've got to pack up and head on home. Go and drink some water. Get the old H2O in you, you know. H2O. But yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about XP spots. The old XP spots. Where to go, what to do, how to level. That's what I'm going to talk about today. So let's give it a moment. But yeah. So this is one XP spot that I highly recommend people come to. This spot right here. Very good XP spot. So you can come here around level, I'd say around anywhere from the high 40s, like 48. You can start coming here, XPing on these. There's tons of mobs here, as you can see, all around here. Good camp spots, like right here, around the corner over here on the outside of this wall are really good camp spots. You have a couple of named mobs over here inside of this little broken tower. There's two named mobs there. If you go through this door right here and go to the left, there's like some stairs that go up. There's several named mobs in there. It starts out, I would say, maybe 50. You should probably go over there. You could start a little bit lower level if you wanted to, but I would start around 50 going in there. There's several named mobs throughout that area. Some of them don't look like names, but they are names, so definitely check those out. Even on the bottom floor, they go all up into this area up here. Tons and tons and tons of undead up in that area. And then you get up to the top, and I wouldn't recommend going past the spiders. If you get to the spiders up at the top, stop there unless you are around, you know, the lower 50s, like 52, 53. I would start there maybe, but even 55 plus is where you want to be, where the spiders are, and past that. That will eventually lead up to this bridge right here. So you can also get to this bridge by going up this mountainside and going into this bridge and then going straight across if you're in your higher 50s. Or mid, I would say mid 50s. That's a good place to go in there with several named. And then this tower right here, way off in the distance. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. This tower right here is also good. Around, I would say 50 plus. Starting at the base of the tower, and then you can work your way up. And then also inside of this big mound right here, you can see that there's like a little doorway right there or whatever. There's mobs that are all inside of this. And then there are also mobs up here on this tower as well. So anyway, this area is great for about level 48 plus. And then inside of here in the 50s. So you can basically stay here in this area from high 40s all the way through to level 60. So, great place here. Recommend. What's going on, Nova? How are you doing, bud? We're going to go through some places today and just kind of point out some good XP spots. Speaking of which, let's go back over this way. We can go show off the cultist area. So yeah, we're just gonna run around into different zones and talk about good XP spots and give a little overview of what you can do in there. I don't know what's up here. I don't even know how to get up there. Oh, I bet you I do know how to get up there. Doing good. Awesome. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Let's run over this way. 11 p.m. Oh, my goodness. It's so dark outside. It's scary. So we're going to go over here to the cultist area. I guess we'll probably show people how to get over here. Because this one's kind of hidden. It's kind of tucked away. Kind of sort of tucked away. Alright, so we'll start from here. We'll start from here. Let's, we don't need to turn the gamma up too much. We can do that right there. That'll work. Hang on, I have to sneeze. So this is, what was that one? 48 plus 1. Can't wait to play it this weekend. I bought your sister a laptop so she can join in the fun. Nice. That's awesome. Good old family time. So this one is going to be the cultist area. So the tower right here in Glass Flats, you should be able to find that very easily by going into Glass Flats. Come to the tower, come to the back side of it, and then you're going to go this way over here towards the cultist. So we're just going to run this way and kind of show you how to get there, and we'll talk about it on the way. You can actually get here a couple different ways, any way that you want to through all of this stuff. There are mobs that are in here, though, so watch out for those. Those mobs are going to be like mid-40s, I believe. So you can come out here and start leveling here in the mid-40s, but you can also go inside of the cultist area, which is what we are running to, and those go all the way up into the 50s. So low 50s, like level 50, 51, 52, that kind of area. So you can start leveling here, I would say, outside in the mid-40s, and then level all the way up to the mid-50s if you're willing to take on blue con mobs, which is what you should be taking on. So these right here are the ones I was talking about. Those are like the mid-40s, all of these wanderers right here. And then right along this wall here, you'll come around, around this next wall. And this cultist building right here. So basically, I go up this way and kind of come in this way. But the staircase that goes up into this cultist building, there's a bunch of mobs in here that are, they start outside low 40s or mid 40s, and then inside they get up to about level 50, 51, 52. There's at least 3 named mobs in there. There might be 4, but there's at least 3. Then there's also a basement area that I haven't checked out in beta yet. So I definitely want to check out that beta area, or that basement area at some point. There might be additional stuff down there that you could get into, but this goes all the way up into the, like I said, you could probably get to mid 50s here pretty easily. You could go all the way to 60 if you wanted to, but the XP would probably start to drop off around the mid 50s. All right, so that's the cultist area. Let's go check out some other areas. Some more areas. Oh no, he's on me. He's on me. Should be able to get away from him. And then I'll do a quick camp. Let's see if we can camp before he catches us. We're about 30 seconds ahead, I think. Uh-oh. There he is. He might catch us. Ruh-roh. Don't you catch me. 15. Uh-oh. Ooh, it's going to be close. I don't think we're going to do it. 10. 9. 8. No, he's going to catch me. All right. We'll just kill him. He's going to catch me. I may not be able to kill him. Let's see if I can kill a blue. That'd actually be a good test. Can I kill a light blue mob? Can a fighter at level 53 kill a light blue mob? Good morning, Xander. How you doing, bud? This is terrible. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Hanging in there. Wow. So you see, this is why I say that fighters are not good soloers. They are not good soloers. That was a light blue mob, and it took out about 70% of my health to kill one mob. Not great. Not great. Good morning, Crota. Cruda? Crota? Crota Cruda? Rota Rooter? How are you? So this is a bit of a bonus area right here. So this is the zone line into Vale of Zintar in Glass Flats. It comes out to this little area right here, and then it goes up to the big tower over here. So that gives you kind of an idea of where you're at. There are several roaming giants in here, and those roaming giants can spawn a named giant called, I believe it's Essenek or SNX, something like that. And that giant can drop some decent boots and some other items. So definitely check out this area. Look for the roaming giants that you'll see going through here. They're sand giants around the, I would say low 40s or so, something like that. Maybe high 30s. And you could take that giant out. You can come over here and solo it. If you're a good solo class, you can kite it around. You have plenty of room. So good little bonus area for you. We're going over XP spots. And I'm going to make a video. Make a video of these XP spots at some point. I like the asymmetry in the game in regards to who's better or worse at solo. Isn't the trade-off being that as a tank, you'll always have a group wanting you? No, that's not necessarily the trade-off. What do you say for rogues? Rogues aren't a tank. They need a group, probably more so than a fighter does. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about the asymmetry at all. Like, you know, the asymmetry is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with it. But some classes can solo so well that they don't need a group at all. And in fact, they're worse off getting a group. Then you have other classes that require a group to XP, and then they have a hard time getting a group because so many people are playing solo classes that don't need a group. So that's where you come in with the issue. But no, tanks are, you know, just because it's hard to find a tank doesn't mean a tank is always going to find a group. That is not a true statement. Like right now, I probably couldn't find a group if I wanted to. Let's look. LFG. Who's at LFG? Because I'm higher level too. So there's a fighter level 47 looking for a group right there. Clearly not finding a group. There's a Shadow Knight level 12 not finding a group. Fighter level 8 not finding a group. I mean, they might be able to find one soon. I don't know, but you know, they're going to struggle solo. Then they say this is a group game. It is a group game. Unfortunately, there's a lot of solo classes. But it's supposed to be a group-focused game, yes. Are the best solo classes able to kill named where it would otherwise take a group to kill? Some solo classes can kill named, yes. And it depends on the named. It depends on the class. It depends on the named. It depends on the location that they're in. There's a lot of factors there. So we're going to run over this way in the old glass flats. And check out some camps over here. I believe these elementals are like level 40 or something. Not 100% sure. But I think these basilisk and elementals are around 40. But yeah, the game needs to focus more on, or should focus more on grouping. You think they could bring down the solo ability of classes' solo strength a bit? They could do that, but I don't know. It's a tough thing to say. I wouldn't bring down their solo ability, but I think they need to bring up the difficulty of mini monsters in the game, which would effectively bring the solo ability down of some classes. Because some of the stuff is just too easy, especially melee monsters, like monsters that only melee, they don't have spells. They can be just kited around indefinitely and fear kited and stuff, and it's, yeah, makes it a little too easy. I feel encounters need more tweaking to be less soloable. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't think it's that the classes themselves need to be nerfed. I think it's that the monsters need to be buffed. Okay, let's get over here. There's two more camps that I want to kind of show off for glass flats before we go into Sunreet Strand, and then we'll go through Night Harbor and check out that, and we'll go through Shaded Dunes. We'll check out that. We'll check out a bunch of places. We're probably not going to get through every single XP spot in the game. We're definitely not going to get through every XP spot in the game. Not today. But we'll get through several of them. All right, give me a second. Let me open Discord here. Did I need to update Discord? I don't. All right, let me go into... Melee mobs need some ranged weapons and gap closers. Mix it up. I mean, that'd be cool too, yeah, if they did something like that. Melee mobs are by far the easiest to fight, for sure. I think balancing for 2 to 6 people is a lot less the issue currently. Aim later content more towards 4 to 6. Well, later content, the level 50 plus stuff is already kind of geared towards that. But what it's doing is it's setting up people for failure in the early levels. Because in the early levels, you know, you think, oh, I can solo stuff. The game's easy. I can solo. And then you get into later levels, and it's like a stark difference. And people aren't going to know that until they put in 200 hours. Right? Put in 200 hours in your character. Now, oh, crap, I need to actually find a group. Oh, man, like, this just doesn't work the way that I expected it to, et cetera, et cetera. So it kind of feels bad. Me and a buddy with 3-man Hovarth could duo it with a healer. Yeah. More areas like Salmon. So that whole area that I was just out over there where the tower is, that's like the upper Salmon area. That whole area, it goes up to level like... The mobs in there go up to about level 55 or so. Upper Salmon goes up to level 60, named mobs. Okay, let's start here. And we'll talk about this area a bit. I think these goblins are high teens, low 20s. I think. Actually, let's start over here first.
Yeah.
Start over here first. All right, so over here, this is the zone line to Sunreet Strand right here, coming into Glass Flats. So once you get into Glass Flats, these mobs down here, you could start around level 20 or so. All of these roaming beetles, the snakes that are over here, maybe even a little bit earlier, maybe even high teens, you could probably come over here. But I think low 20s is where you will really want to be. And then the beetles, the snakes, and the jackal that are all over here are really good. Great place for soloers, duos, trios. I wouldn't go into too much of a big group over here because you're going to run out of mobs if you try to have 6 players constantly killing these. You'll run out of mobs and have to chase them down all over the place. But a great place for solo, duo, and trio to come to. Right. Yeah, we're setting up. This is going to be for a video for YouTube later today or tomorrow or something. Now, let's go ahead and take this down some. It's starting to be... Is it daytime already? Wow, it's already 5 a.m. Okay. We'll look at this area here as well. This area is also in Glass Flats here at the Sunreet zone line. So all of this right here, you're going to have a bunch of elementals and basilisk that are in there. I believe those are around level 40. Another good place for soloers, duo, trio, small groups. But you could actually have a larger group if you sit kind of like right in the middle somewhere in here. You'd have a larger group and pull from everywhere around here. And there's several of these areas throughout all of Glass Flats, reaching all the way over here towards the tower. So there's these areas are all over the place. Another great place for like an elementalist to come if they want to check out Charm and try that out. Okay, where else can we go? Let's talk about the goblins here. I think... Does anybody remember the exact level of these? I want to say that they're like 20s. I don't remember exactly. I want to say they're 20s. Another area here in Glass Flats. Again, Sunreet line right here. So you come in and go immediately to the left, and you have tons and tons of these goblin camps throughout here. This could probably maintain multiple groups throughout here in the 20s. Like I would say low 20s, I believe is where these are. These might be as well like high teens, but I'm pretty sure low 20s to mid 20s is what you want to do over here. Lots in like just tons and tons of goblins. They go all the way around here to the corner. There's goblin camps over here and over here. So just bunches of goblins in this area right here for your level 20 range. All right, so we'll do a 20 plus there. And then we're going to go over this way. These are good up here, I believe, for the 30 range. Like maybe 30 to 40 range. Thinking about re-rolling Spellblade. Have any experience with those? Yeah, a little bit experience. So the Spellblade are very good, but they're very gear dependent. Like extremely gear dependent. They're going to start out very slow, kind of boring, and then you're going to build up. Once you get enough dexterity, you get some fast weapons, then the Spellblade really takes off and is really, really good. But it's going to be a slow, boring start. Very slow, boring start. They favor daggers too, right? Which is kind of funky to me. No, they don't really favor daggers. You know, I would say there's a specific weapon I would say to get, which is the Therm Cleaver. If they didn't change it in the beta, which they may have changed it, I don't know. But it had a lot of dex on it. It's a very high dex weapon, and you can dual wield them. So I just whatever gives you a good damage delay ratio. Like this game doesn't really favor a weapon type. It just favors like a good damage delay ratio. Faster weapons are probably better for a Spellblade because they have more chances to proc, but they're not necessarily always better. Yeah, the Therm Cleaver is probably one of the best weapons for a leveling Spellblade, but you can't get that Therm Cleaver until like the 50 or 55 or something. It's up in Upper Salmon area. It's hard to get. So until then, just whatever weapons you can get that are good damage delay ratio. Do 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 do. This is closer to this tower than I thought it was. Huh. Okay. All right, so we'll talk about this entrance right here. So this is another good spot for, I believe, around 30 to 40 range. The mobs might be upwards of 40-ish, but I think you can start coming over here in the 30s at some point, so you have to double-check me on this one. But this is where the tower is in Glass Flats. If you come in from Sunreet Strand, which is way over here, and you follow the left wall, you come up to this ramp. You can also come in from around the corner here from Vale of Zintar and come this way. But this is the tower, so it kind of gives you a reference point. But you go up this ramp right here, and it'll lead to a bunch of bandits or highwaymen or something like that. So we'll show you that up here at the top. All right, so here are the bandits, highwaymen, etc. There's a camp right here, and then this goes around the corner to more stuff. I don't know if I get too close to this, they might all aggro me. I'm not 100% sure. These are, I think they're green to me now, like a dark green to me now at 53. So they're definitely like lower level, like in the 40 or maybe even a little bit lower than that. I think you can start doing these, like I said, around level 30-ish, and then into the higher 30s, maybe even into 40s. But this goes around the corner here, all the way up into a bunch more mobs. So this is where the cultists are back this way as well. But that's going to be more of a level 50 plus, and we'll talk about that later. All right, so that covers most of Glass Flats and the areas here in Glass Flats. Keep that in mind. I got some silver to twink a bit, so how it goes. Yeah, just get, buy some gear that has dex on it if you can. But, low level Spellblade is just going to feel bad. It just always does. It's just, the procs don't go off very often. They're basically put on their buffs, turn on auto attack, and that's pretty much a Spellblade. So, yeah, it's not a great starter class, but it's a great high level class. All right, let's see if we can walk back over this way. We're gonna have to walk through Sunreet Strands probably slowly because we're gonna run out of whatchamacallit. Run out of run speed. Probably should have taken more notes on the level of these mobs. Yeah, this dwarf moves quick. He's shrunken. He's a shrunken dwarf. That'll go away here in a few minutes. He's a fast little guy. I could break these up, I guess. I could do like a Glass Flats video, or we could just do like a video for all levels and just go through, different sections. Probably just do all levels, though. Congrats, 15K followers. Did I get 15,000? Woohoo! We did it! I am now a professional streamer. I'm supposed to make $1 million a day now, right? $1 million per like. Pretty sure that's how that works. That's what I was told. That's what the brochure said. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I didn't know I hit 15,000. The IRS will tax you like that for sure. Don't worry about it. They already do. Yeah, they tax me. Like, I mean, I don't make much money. But they definitely tax you. Only if showing them toes or something. Yeah, I mean, I could show my feet, I guess, but that'd be weird. 15,001. Nice. Protest the bread. Thank you so much. You pushed us over the edge there. Woo! Love it. Well, we're going to hopefully continue doing this. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to keep making content. I want to start making more YouTube content, though. You know, now that we're getting, you know, higher in level in the beta, you know, hopefully in the mornings, I'm going to try to do more of this kind of stuff. Of course, I won't be streaming tomorrow morning. I'll be driving home. I've been down here visiting family since my stepdad passed, kind of visiting and just kind of hanging out with them. But I'm going to be headed home tomorrow morning, so I won't be streaming tomorrow morning. And then open beta all weekend, so I won't be streaming then. But maybe some Pokemon with my son. Maybe some Pokemon with my son. Yeah, you kind of need to do YouTube and streaming. Just streaming on Twitch is hard to do. I did that for a long time, and it was not very beneficial. You kind of have to make YouTube videos and use that to bring people over to Twitch and get people to recognize you, you know. But we're going to try to do a little bit of both. I don't do a lot of shorts. I probably should do more shorts, especially when people ask me, you know, very similar questions over and over and over. I should probably clip those or cut those or something and then turn them into little shorts. Because I know that, like, Force Gaming does that a lot. I think a lot of his YouTube is just shorts from streaming where he's just kind of chatting and he just talks about it. All right, let's go over here first. And we'll talk about this area. This is a high-level area right over this way. That people can camp in. Just turned my volume up. Your voice scared me. Did it? You're running fast? Yeah, I'm running super fast right now because of being shrunk. I believe what I'm talking about is over here. Yeah, 15K. It's kind of crazy. Like, I was close to 15K, or I might even hit 15K when I used to stream Fortnite way back in the day. And then, you know, I stopped streaming Fortnite. All right, we're gonna show off this crevice here. So this is in Sunreet Strand. So this right here is a crevice in Sunreet Strand. These mobs down here are slime-covered snakes, slime-covered bats, and skeletons, all down in this. I also think that they're going to be doing something special with this over here. So maybe in early access, this is going to open up into something special at some point. I don't know for a fact, but it kind of looks neat, and it looks like a doorway going into something. But all of that area right there is all level, like high 40s, low, or maybe even level 50 for all of these mobs right in here. This is located in Sunreet Strand. So the zone line to Glass Flats is going to be behind me over this way. And then Night Harbor is way over this way. So this is near the very end of Sunreet Strands. For, you know, I would say small group. One full group could probably sit in here and kill all of these snakes and skeletons and bats. But if you get more than like a few people in here, you're going to start getting monster starved. So definitely, I wouldn't come over here with more than like a, you know, small group, maybe one full group at most. But yeah, another little good XP spot. There's no named or anything down here of note that I know of. So it's just going to be a good XP spot with, you know, just whatever undead monsters and animals. So druid maybe want to charm over here. You could have a necromancer charm or fear kite over here with some of the skeletons, that kind of stuff. All right, so this is going to be, we're going to call that 50. We'll call that a 50 place. Show us your crevice, right? Let's see. What else can we show off over here in Sunreet Strand that's good camps for you all to check out? This Goblin farm over here. Small camp of goblins. What level are these again? These are like high teens or low 20s, I think, right? These two goblin camps. So we'll sit right here and talk about these. Another good spot in Sunreet Strand. So you have Night Harbor over this way. You have the Glass Flats zone line right over here. So kind of near the end of Sunreet Strand, there's these two camps of goblins. So goblin camp there and a goblin camp here. If you sit right between those two, you could probably pull both of these. I would say these are high teens, low 20s for XP. Somewhere around there, so definitely come over and con these. Another good spot to camp for. I would say a full group could probably do both of these camps, or you could have, you know, two smaller groups, one at each camp. So good spot to be. I think there might be a name that spawns here. There's definitely name that spawn up on the goblin camps up here, which we'll talk about sometime, probably in this video. I'll probably get over there to it. So maybe before this, maybe after this, we'll see. All right, so that's going to be Goblin Camp. We're going to call that 20. What? Okay. Show me and my girlfriend, Shaman Fighter, a level 12 area. We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. Get some spell money, maybe some good tank gear as a duo. Yeah, I'm showing off. That's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm just running around and showing you guys where you can camp in different areas at different levels. So I'm gonna compile all this into a video, and it's gonna start at low level and work its way up to high level. So everything that I'm saying is kind of like preparing for that whenever I make the video. But it's just I'm just gonna splice it all together. Here, let's come over here and talk about the spiders, because these spiders are good, but I want to say they're like high 20s, low 30. Have we started already? Yeah, we've already gone through a few of them, but we'll go through them again. Well, I'm gonna make a YouTube video. So way out here, this is Night Harbor off in the distance, and if you come way out of Night Harbor and you turn right over this way, you're going to have this group of spiders. Tons and tons and tons of spiders. I believe these are mid-20s to high 20s. Good camp if you don't mind fighting spiders. These do root you. There is also invisible mobs or stealth mobs in here, so be very careful. I would recommend having See and Viz. And there's also a named spider that comes through here. That's like Fright Weaver or something, Fright Master. Anyway, that name spider is very difficult for low levels. It will mez and fear, or I think it just fears, but it'll fear everybody in your party constantly. Very, very difficult for the level. So make sure if you go after that mob, you are prepared for fears. I wouldn't recommend dealing with that mob at level, because it's very difficult, but if you want to give it a chance, you can. A good camp spot is way back here in the back behind all these monsters. There's a good camp spot right back there, but a very good spot to come to, and an XP, especially if you are a druid and you want to try to charm, or you know, if you're just looking for some spider silk in the mid 20s, I would say maybe to the low 30s. Definitely need to edit this stream into a camp guide. This is perfect. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put these in order on a camp guide. So that's I'm putting them over here, and I'm gonna literally put them into order. So this is what people have been asking for. So I'm hopefully put this together into one video for you all. Let's see, what else can we do? What else can we do? There's a camp over here of Ashira. I believe that camp is like low to mid 20s. These are guesstimates, by the way. These are guesstimates on some of these levels. So I'm trying to give you as close as I can to the levels. So if you come in here and check these, I would just check them, con them, you know, and see what you can do with them. But a lot of people have been asking for this. You're going to get so many new views if you can release it before the next test. I'm going to try to put it out tonight before I pack up my stuff, or tomorrow morning. Is this an Ashira camp over here? Yeah, the Ashira warrior camp over here. I want to say these were in like the 20s. Ashira warriors over here, Ashira warrior over here. I need to get Sal. Anybody got Sal out here? All right, let's we'll start from here. So this is in Ashira warrior camp, or Ashira camp over here. This is Night Harbor. This is again in Sunreet Strand. Come way out in Night Harbor. You can follow the water for the most part out this way. And then you have Ashira camps over here. You have an Ashira camp over here and then over here. And it actually, a lot of roaming Ashira over this way as well. And then if you go over here, I know I don't have Sal right now, so I'm moving fairly slowly. But there's like a little ramp right here that goes inside of this mountain or mound or whatever you want to call it. Goes inside of there for a bunch more Ashira. So you have a ton of Ashira over in this area. So I would say like the mid 20s, I think, is where we XP'd over here. Good spot for around 25-ish, give or take. Again, as always, come over here and con these when you get to certain levels and just see what level they are. You might be able to start a little earlier or maybe a little bit after that, but around the mid 20, 25 or so. Okay, let's go this way. Maybe you could show where the camp spots are, like where's a good campfire. Yeah, that's what I said on that last one. On this one, it's just kind of wherever you want. You can set up anywhere in here. Like anywhere out here is fine. What we did is we set up over here where the ramp is that goes inside of this. We set up right outside of that ramp and just pulled to that. Let's head this way. I'm only going to be on until like 2 o'clock today, unfortunately. I'm going to go get a haircut. I'm going to try to splice up this video or combine this video that I'm making right now, or information, and condense it all into one. And then put that video out. And then I got to pack up my stuff. Pack up the old stuff. I don't see many people doing these bandits over here. But you could do these bandits. Yeah, we'll talk about these for a second. So these bandits over here, a lot of people ask about these. These are, this is Night Harbor. You can see the top of Night Harbor tower thing over there in the distance. And then this is coming into Sunreet Strands following the water. And you see all these little bandit or highwaymen or whatever, these buildings. These range anywhere from the teens up into the early 20s for some of these different things. So I would just come into these, check them out, con them as you get to certain levels. But like these river pirates here, I think are some of the lower ones. And then down this way in one of these other buildings are slightly higher level. They go up into like the 20s and 30s. So yeah, you can check these out. Good place to come for XP. I believe there's even named that spawn in some of these. So you might be able to get a little bit of equipment. I couldn't tell you exactly where the named are because I'm not 100% sure. But definitely check these out at different levels throughout your teens and into the 20s, these different buildings here. We know it's server time. They're going to be open tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. And I will not be on tomorrow. I will not be streaming in the morning. I know you're all going to miss me. It's okay. It's okay. I'll be driving in the morning. Woo. Super fun. Trying to get back home. Let's go over here to the quarry. There's a lot to talk about in the quarry. We'll stand over here on top of the quarry and talk about it. And there's a Cinder sentinel right there too that we can talk about. Because we need to, you got to reference the Cinder sentinels if you're over here at the quarry. All right, this is the quarry and Sunreet Strand. So you have the Night Harbor right over here. You're going to come along the path and then kind of on the left side, come up to the quarry. You're going to see all these cinder harvesters. So all the smaller beetles in here are probably like high teens, I believe. But you want to be careful for these bigger beetles, these cinder sentinels, these cinder carrions. So these smaller beetles are going to be non-KOS when you first get here. They're going to be indifferent to you. However, they do have a faction. So if you fight these beetles down here, you will lose faction with the beetles and then become KOS to all of them, which makes it much more difficult to walk around in this area. But the larger beetles are always KOS to you and much more difficult. They're going to be higher level. I believe they go into the 20s. So just be careful if you come over here and XP on these. I don't necessarily recommend XPing on these, but I do often see people doing that. There's also a good quest over here on my YouTube you can check out for the measuring stick quest. There's a couple other quests over here in the background where there's a dwarf that does a quest for a two-handed weapon for your tanks or, you know, whoever wants to use a two-handed, I believe it's a mace or a maul. So a couple quests over here with those guys. And then also in this quarry, way back here are the goblins. The goblins are a little bit higher level. I would say low 20s to high 20s. You could do the goblins, and they take up all of this area back in here. You can see some of them up on the platform down here. So the goblin miner, they also go kind of along this ridge over here. There are several named goblins throughout here, so you can look out for those. There's one that drops a weapon that's right over here, Taskmaster Gitch. He's right there where all of these piles of rubble are, and he's up right now. He drops a really good weapon as a rare drop. I believe it is a dagger, so anybody that could use like a dagger type weapon, fairly fast, and it procs, I believe, a small damage proc or a poison proc. And then there's another named that's over here, way over here in the corner, if you can see where my mouse is. There's like a little hut, and there's a named inside of there, a named Enchanter. I don't know what that one drops, but I believe that one might drop the quest for There's a guy up at the top of this tower right here that has dropped his mug, and it fell down into the quarry below. I believe that guy would drop that mug randomly. So somebody over here definitely drops that mug. But anyway, this is a pretty good area that you can range from the mid-teens all the way up to about level 30. You could stay in this quarry right here if you really wanted to. All right, Xander, thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate it, bud. Really do appreciate the subaroonies and the subarinos. Let's go. How do we want to do this? We'll go this way. It's fine. I need to get Speed of the Wild. Anybody have Speed of the Wild? Want to run out here to Sunreet Strand and give it to me? Who's this? Katia. Uh-oh, Katia. Sorry you died there, Katia. Wah, wah, wah. You move so slowly. So slowly. Here, let's just go. We're going to go to town. Well, no, I don't want to go to town yet. We're going to stay out here. Well, no, because I want to go into Telkir. Yeah, let's go to town and get Sal. We're going to go talk about these spots over here. And then we'll get Sal and we'll go up this way to talk about that and go into Telkir. Can I get these yet? Oop, let me do this. Can I harvest these? I think I can. Nice. Dune leaf. I can get the Dune leaf now. But yeah, I can't stand how slowly you run without Sal. It's awful. So awful. You guys ever just like run and you're just like, oh my God, this is so boring. So boring. There's so much we can talk about inside of Night Harbor as well. So many XP spots inside of Night Harbor. So we'll get some of the low level XP spots in there all the way through to the high level XP spots. But let's go over here to these camps. And we'll talk about the Ashira camps. We're going to talk about the saltwater crocodile, or the, what are over here? The crocodiles that are over there? I forget. We'll talk about those. Can't get the game to run on Linux. Oh no, I would jump onto Discord. I believe there's a thread in Discord that talks about Linux. They're adding in some functionality and everything to make it run a little bit better. So I would talk to people on that Discord and maybe try to chat with Ali. Ali is the, he works on the game. He's a dev for the game. All right, let's turn up the brightness a little bit so we can see here. We got Matthew, the fighter. Hello, Matthew, the fighter. Okay, so this is going to be a low-level camp spot. This is outside of Night Harbor. Literally, the zone line is like right over here, over this dune. This is in Sunreet Strand, and you're going to have all these Ashira camps. So where you see all these tents are Ashira camps. You can start doing these with a group around level 4 or 5. And that'll take you up to like level, 7, 8 or so. And then across the water here, on the other side of the water, all up and down this area are some like caiman crocodiles or gators or whatever they are. But a bunch of those just roaming up and down. Great spot to camp in the, level 6, 7, 8 area. Maybe even get you up to level 9 or so before that starts to fall off. And then also just the newbie yard area. You have a bunch of these spiders and snakes and stuff. So if you are lagging when you're in Night Harbor, I recommend coming over into Sunreet Strand at even level 1. If you have a duo or a trio or a full group, you could come over here and start taking out some of these rats and snakes and spiders and start doing that XP early, and you're not fighting for all the stuff over in Night Harbor. So a very good spot to start, and you can basically stay here in this spot from level 1 all the way up to like 8 plus if you go over here to these gators, crocodiles, whatever they are over there. Good morning. How are you? How's everybody doing? All right, let's go run this way with my slow self. We're just going over good XP spots today, kind of walking through. So people have asked me for this, so I'm just going through, talking about them briefly. And, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I can answer them here. I'm going to splice up a lot of this and just put it on YouTube as one video. I don't know how long the video will be. Hopefully not too long, but I'll put timestamps for level ranges. So you can jump to different level ranges if you want to. How do you create a fur? A camp? So to create a camp is just campfire. So it's this ability under your skills right here, make campfire. And it says, place a campfire at your feet, providing warmth, comfort, and a place to cook. Requires 8 wood. So you have 8 wood in your inventory. You take this right here, this make campfire, put it on your hotbar down here, and then click it. And if as long as you have 8 wood in your inventory, it'll do like a cast bar that takes, I don't know, what is it, like 10 seconds? 8 seconds, something like that. 6 seconds cast time. After 6 seconds, it'll just, boop, it'll put a campfire down. Let's zone over here. I'm so slow. All right, so I want to talk about this area right here too. A lot of people don't know about this. So this is the Night Harbor North Gate area. Of course, this is the newbie yard where you're going to start out, level 1, 2, 3, trying to kill some bats and rats and stuff. But if you come all the way to the end before you zone into Sunreet Strands right here, on the left-hand side, right back here are some bandits and such, like this exiled researcher and this grave robber. And there's a couple camps. So there's a camp back here. There's a camp over here to the side where you can start fighting some mobs. I believe these go up to like level 10 or so. So you could probably start doing these in your teen or like high single digits maybe low, like 10, 11, 12, that area. And then that goes into a cave over here, which I haven't really gone into this cave, but I'm told that there are more of those monsters around here, more enemies like that. So yeah, these grave robbers and stuff, good for your low single digits, and then even low double, or high single digits, low double digits. A lot of people don't know about that camp back there, so it's a good place to be. Check that out. Let's cut through. Why didn't I pick up Ultravision? Because I have Gamma. What we could do, though, just to make things a little bit easier, nicer, we can have a lantern. Brighten up things a bit. All right, let's do this. So a lot of you are going to be here in the Newbie yard for the golly, I can't speak. Hang on. So this is the north gate of Night Harbor right here. People are going to be in the Newbie yard doing a bunch of stuff here. But you can also go to the Shadow Knight and Necromancer Guild area. And if you come right over here, be careful for the skeletons if you come this way. But you can come right in here. This is going into the town. And if you come down here, you can go drop down here. You can go down this little ramp over here. I believe there's some low-level undead, level 1, 2, 3, etc. And then you can come down this way. This is where the Alchemist Guild is on the left. And then if you keep coming down this way and you circle around to the right, that's going to be where the Necromancer Guild and the Shadow Knight Guild are located. And you also have some low-level large rats, bats. So if you are struggling finding things at the north or west gate, you can come over here and find lots of low-level stuff right outside of the Necromancer and Shadow Knight Guild. Tons of mobs over here. A lot of people don't know about this, so just wanted to kind of point that out for those lobies that want to stay in town but don't really want to fight at one of the two gates. Still haven't seen what Ultravision looks like. Ultravision is still kind of a work in progress last I checked it. I actually had on the alpha test, one of the devs showed up and gave us Ultravision, and it actually gave you day blindness. It turned the screen very, very, very white. So yeah. But I'm sure they're adjusting that. I'm sure they're adjusting that. Let's go over here and get Sal, and then we will run around the rest of town here and show off the town. Show off camp spots in town for different levels. But I really want to get Sal. There should be somebody at the West Bank, I'm hoping, that has Sal. Oh, look at that. I got this too. Maybe we'll give this away to a, let's see, shaman or... I mean, that would be good for a low-level paladin. Who's this? Level 9 druid. Oh, he cast it and ran away. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me see. Do we have anybody here? That could use that. I'm debating if I want to switch back to a Moonveil Bracer instead of this. The Moonveil Bracer is going to give me a lot more health for only 5 less AC. I might switch back to that for now. Because that's going to give me 29 more health. But I lose 5 AC. That's a tough call, man. That's a tough call. I have to think about that one. All right, let's see. Who here is... Level 4 Ranger? Ooh, that might be perfect for a level 4 Ranger. Ranger. Oh, Ranger, you're getting hooked up. Yoink. There you go. Is Troll Dude in EA available right now, or is it delayed? You have 0 understanding of the systems. Yeah, I mean, 5 AC is good. But, you know, I don't know. The 5 AC is probably better than 29 health, but I don't know. This Ranger's not here. Take it, Ranger. Trying to give you things. We have trouble logging in, running around Campfire. I haven't had any trouble today logging in. $202. Look at me go. Okay, we are going to keep the linen padding. So we're going to keep that. I guess this person doesn't want this or is AFK. Raindrop. Raindrops falling on my head. We'll give ample time to take that item. Poor Raindrop. Whoops. All right, well. Yeah, I'm thinking the Ranger's AFK. So we're gonna... What level's Annie here? Annie's asking for it. Let's see. 20 Paladin? That'll work. Here you go, Annie. Enjoy. All right, let's see. Linen, let's put this over here. Cotton scraps. Put cotton padding up here for now. I also want to try something out. No, I think... Yeah, let me try something here. Where's my jewelry? That does work. Very nice. We can level up jewelry easy peasy. Well, let's not start with this though. Let's start with the other stuff. So we're gonna level up jewelry. Okay, I'm just curious if that worked, and that does work the way I want it to. Anyway, let's go do some more of this other stuff, and I'll work on my jewel crafting in a minute. All right, we're not going to talk about, like, everybody knows you can XP in the newbie yards, right? We don't need to put those in there for the low-level stuff. I don't think we need to put the newbie yards. Like, everybody knows, you start there, that's where you can XP at level 1. I think. What was this one? Hang on. What was this one? So we'll talk about Worm's Bane. Worm's Bane. Talk about how to get into it, because a lot of people don't know how to get to Worm's Bane, shockingly enough. All right, is this not going to open? What is happening? Close that. Close that. Okay. My computer was doing something weird. Okay, so over here we have, this is the west gate of Night Harbor, right over this way. And this is the entrance to Worm's Bane. You probably heard of it, but just in case you haven't, right over here is the entrance to Worm's Bane where this assistant researcher is. You walk down into this cave right here, and it reaches Worm's Bane. So this right here is the entrance to Worm's Bane. Go in here at your own risk. You can actually start doing Worm's Bane, though, I would say around level 5 with a group. You could go in there a little bit earlier, maybe with a solid group in the entranceway. And that dungeon is pretty big. It's not the biggest dungeon in the game, but it goes pretty deep. And I would say you can get up to about level 10 to 12 in there. So definitely go check that out. You can also get Worm's Bane armor while you're in there from the various named. They will drop scraps to get Worm's Bane armor, along with a lot of other things that the names drop. Once you get those little pieces for the armor, you're going to take those up here to this guy, I believe, and you're going to turn in the pieces to him with a couple of cracked gems or chipped gems or whatever they are, and you'll be able to make some armor. That armor is very, very rare, so don't expect to get it, but if you do get it, it's really good starter armor, but I wouldn't go crazy about trying to collect it because it's really not worth it. But a great place to go from level 5 to about 10 or 12, you can level up inside of Worm's Bane. It's an odd time. Servers aren't fully open. Yeah, 52 was a hell level. 53 is a hell level. 54 is a hell level. Every level from 51 to 59, all of them are hell levels. Uh-oh. Our lantern ran out of fuel. And it's dark. What game is this? This is Monsters and Memories. Yeah, there's not a category for it on YouTube, so it won't pop up for YouTube on the YouTube category. But yeah. I'm also streaming over on Twitch if you prefer that. Twitch or YouTube. Whichever one you all prefer, have at it. Hi. Good morning. Okay. Oh, don't spill it. I know, right? TwitchTube or Uwitch? Yes, exactly. I got some breakfast delivered. Wow. How lucky am I? I'm a lucky guy. Have a very loving family. I am a pretty lucky guy. Tell Mom I said hi. Pacer said hi. She said hi, son. Yeah, I'm actually going home tomorrow, so no more Mom after tomorrow, unfortunately. Okay, that was Dr. Pepper. I was not expecting a Dr. Pepper, but you know, that's what it was, and it's delicious. I'm going to eat real quick, if you guys don't mind, since I have this delicious food here. You're partial to Dr. Dynamite. I've never even heard of Dr. Dynamite. What is that? It's like a Dr. Pepper? So this is another place you can actually... Hang on. Oh, God. I'm like spitting because I'm trying to chew my food and then talk at the same time. I shouldn't do that. So this is another place you can go to at low level if you're having trouble finding mobs at the newbie yards in the North Gate or West Gate. You can come over here and fight some bats. So you have these bats that just fly around over here. Low level bats. Not going to be a bunch of them, but hey, you know, if you're low level and you just want to kind of chill out here in Salt Breeze Park, they've also updated Salt Breeze Park to look a heck of a lot better too. So, very good little area. You might be able to find a couple bats in if those newbie yards are super overcrowded. Mom raised me better than that. Mom definitely raised me better than that. Absolutely, she did. Can you guys hear me chewing? I'm sorry, Cordo. I know some people don't like that sound, so I'll mute it. I'm good? Okay, thank you. All right, so another good place for a low level. I think this was like 15 to 18 area. I don't remember exactly what level, but actually I think it was... Hang on. Let's start over on that because I think it's lower than that. So another good area that a lot of people don't know about within Night Harbor, I believe around 12 plus. I don't remember the exact level, but definitely come over here and check it out. You might be able to do it even as early as 10. Probably going to take you up to about level 15 or so. But come here to Salt Breeze Park, turn right, and follow this down towards the docks. And if you follow this down towards the docks, there are goblins down here that you can fight. They do not have a faction as of the beta. This, of course, may change later. All of this information might change at some point later on. But come right down here. Go to the right here. And you have some goblins where this guy is camping. And there's goblins all throughout inside of these buildings in this area. I believe there's kind of a pseudo named in here, but I have never seen it drop anything. So, you know, definitely check this area out. But it's a great place to come around level 10 or so, give or take a couple of levels. And you can XP here with a full group. You could XP here with a couple smaller groups. There's enough mobs in here for definitely one full group, though, to XP on. You should take a look at my VOD if you didn't see me showing off the upcoming... Ooh, yes, I definitely want to check that out in Crypt. I'll take a look at that later. All right. Let me eat a little bit more, and we're going to go to another XP spot. So what are you going to be able to do with that UI editor in Crypt? Are you going to be able to, like, just, it's going to help you, like, just edit your UI and make it however you want, and the layout and stuff? That's going to be really cool. Love it. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out in Crypt. We might actually pull that up here on the stream. We'll talk about it. Give me a second, though. Do it? Yeah, we'll do it real quick. We'll check it out. Let me get over here where my next XP spot that I'm going to talk about is. Right here. So yeah, let's go. Well, we can close that. Let's type it in up here. Twitch.tv slash it's in Crypt 128-bit. Okay, 128-bit. I don't think it... Have I followed you? I have not. Boom, followed.
The only place.
So let's see. 12 hours ago. Let's check it out.
Like the new Lobster Fest Duo, new Lobster Fest Boil, and create your own lobster lover's dream with new crispy dragon teriyaki lobster or new lobster pasta au gratin.
I already ate. I don't want lobster.
Lobster.
The
only Lobster Fest. Only available for a limited time.
Lobster. All right, so we got an hour and 42 minutes here. I need to start doing like an overview of your streams as well. We'll check it out. We'll look into it. So you said 17 minutes, no turbo. No, I don't have turbo. I am not a wealthy person. I have zero money. Like, I'm very, 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 very not wealthy. I'm not poor, but I'm not. So 17. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, no, not clip. I don't want to clip it. Oh my gosh, I'm hitting all sorts of buttons. Let me turn it off of 175 speed. We'll do normal speed.
Yeah. I can give you guys a sneak peek, though. So this is kind of the start of it, all right?
All right, sneak peek. Let's do it.
The HUD editor is going to be your main.
Hang on. Let me squelch that.
Export, import, move your UI.
You guys hear it okay?
You know, you can revert, save. There's a grid. And snapping to the grid. So you can snap boxes to the grid as you move them around.
Oh, this looks really good. Yeah, I love that. The snapping to the grid thing is great.
Let's see if there's any more tweaks that we can add into here. Different grid sizes, so 16, 32, 64. Some of these kind of don't line up with the edges here, and that is something I'm still trying to figure out why it's doing that, as like most of these are. But I'm going
this is going to be awesome.
Also implement export, import into this as well.
Oh, that's going to be great. Export, import. Yeah, that'll be good for different classes if you're an altaholic or something.
Is your default UI, right? If you want anything else to show up on it, you have to enable like the mini stats or the pop-out stats, or if you have your inventory window open, and then open your bags and then go into it, you get the bag panels too. And your inventory, and that should not be showing, so that's a bug. I need to fix that. List group is actually part of inventory, and that's why it's showing in there. I did that. Yeah, it's nice and clean. Makes it really easy to figure out, you know, how to place everything, and then. Additionally, and I haven't implemented this into the HUD editor yet, but the scale window now has a input box as well. So you'll see that coming through.
Not just a slider.
So you can actually put exact numbers. So exactly scale 1 or exactly scale 1.5.
Very nice.
For all you people who are very particular about the exact numbers.
I'm very particular about it. I always have to move that slider.
Scale.
Just enough. It drives me nuts. I might have a little OCD.
Yes. I expect most of this to be in the patch after the open playtest.
Awesome. Right after the open playtest. Cool. Yeah. Well, whatever patch is after the open playtest. I assume we're not getting a big patch today or tomorrow.
But I was curious if you know, will we get more graphics options? I think either performance, quality, compatibility, but a lot of us are having options to really see what our computers can push. Possibly, Baron.
Yeah, I really like that.
Right,
you know,
now,
we're gonna have the
really
ability. We're gonna have the ability to do it ourselves rather than have to like rely on downloading a mod or something to do it. That's I love that. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Crypt, I appreciate it. Definitely want to start checking that kind of stuff out. How often do you stream, by the way? Because I try to watch streams from various people on the team. Of course, I do like, you know, Sean, and I did Nick overviews as well. But you know, like if there's certain information that I get from certain other streams, I will totally do like an overview video of that. Try to help you guys get some views to your streams as well, you know. All right, another great place within Night Harbor. So North Gate is right over here. If you come into North Gate and you turn right, this is the North Bank right here. right behind me, this is the entrance into the cemetery. It is open during the day, but it closes at night. However, you can do a quest with this guy right here, this caretaker. So if you hail him, say hail, he'll talk to you down in the mud window, and I believe you can figure out how to do the quest from here. I don't know if you type in like cemetery. Oops, that's not. You just type in something to him. Anyway, you can do a quest with this. No, it's the gatekeeper, actually. It's not this guy. It's the gatekeeper. That's who you need to talk to. I was the wrong guy. So you hail, and he says, what is it, etc. And you can talk to this guy and figure out how to do the quest. I'm not going to do a full walkthrough. I have another video for the walkthrough of how to get the key. Once you get the key, you can go into this gate, and there's monsters inside of here, skeletons, and different types of enemies inside of there, rats, skeletons, bats. And then that's during the night, and then the daytime. There's different monsters for daytime, different monsters for nighttime is the best way to explain that. I would say going in here around level 10 at daytime is good, but the monsters at nighttime are a level or 2 higher. You could stay in here in this area in XP. There's also 3 named that spawn in here. There it goes. The gate just opened, so we can go in and check it out while we're running around. So daytime, you have bats. There's a named spawn back in here. One of these rat spawns. I believe there's a named spawn that comes down here at the bottom. I think those might be the same 2 named spawn. There's another named spawn right here. This beetle next to this cart is a placeholder for it. And then up and around this corner, there's another named spawn up there. So these are all around level 10, up to like level 14 or so. You can XP in here during the day, and you can probably get to 15 or maybe 16 at night. I was probably really long-winded for that section, but it's fine. Whatever. That'll all make it into the thing. There's also an entrance, by the way, for those that don't know. There's an entrance right down here. A back entrance that opens up and goes down into the Shadow Knight Necromancer area. Do you guys know about this? There you go. Boom. Shadow Knight Necromancer area. So we'll throw that up there real quick. This is also the back entrance from the Shadow Knight Guild right here. The back entrance into the cemetery. You just follow this up. It kind of winds in. You do also need a key to get in the gate there as well. All right, we're going to add that. We'll add that to the end of that little snippet. Okay, where else can we go inside of Night Harbor to show you guys where to XP at? Question, why is it bright in the underground area in there? Dark and underground if it's a dungeon. It's because of the way they have lighting set up in this game. Lighting doesn't transition from, like, if you're in an open world area and you go into a cave, it's still bright. It's shaded, but it's bright. So I don't know how they're going to do that or how they're going to adjust lighting and stuff, but we'll see. All right, let's go over here. I'm going to show you a couple of XP spots over here. These are really good XP spots that I'm coming up to. So we're gonna go right here. So this is going to lead to several different XP spots, but this is the north gate right here. And then you're going to come straight across from the north gate in Night Harbor to the docks teleporter. Hit this right here, and it's going to teleport you to the docks. Go straight ahead. And there's several different XP spots in here. The first one we're going to talk about is a lower level XP spot. You can start doing this around level 15. I would recommend 15 or higher for sure. This is called the Bins, and it goes all the way up into the mid-20s. There's also a quest in here to do a necklace quest that I also have on my YouTube. I'll probably put a link down in the description or something. But this area right in here is the Bins. So these mobs are, like the ones over here on this side are level like high teens, I would say. So you can be 15 in a group and do this stuff. There's a named spawn up here in this building. His brother spawns in this building right here. And then you can also go around the long way or the shortcut. So you can go this way and go through here. These mobs over here on this side are higher level, like the 20 plus, 20, maybe even mid 20s. So be careful if you go up to these brawlers up here. And then all the way on the back side over here, if you go this way, be very careful because there's very high level mobs back here. This building right here is like level 30 or something. The Suspicious Explorer, I believe, is probably level 30 and some of these things. So just be careful with these. But down here, you have like level 20 mobs. There's a named inside of this boat right here. That's another one of the names you need for the quest that I was talking about just a second ago. And then you have all these smugglers and pirates and stuff throughout here. They're all level 20. So starting around level 15 all the way up to the mid 20s, you can do this area in the Bins. This does have factions, so if you start to fight mobs in here, you will raise and lower faction with various things. So this will all, at level 1, you will not be KOS to anything in here, but as you start to fight them, you'll become KOS to everything in here. So just be aware of that. If you get aggro, these guards right here do not help you. You have to run all the way to the harbor guards down here. They will help you. So if you get aggro and you're having struggles, run all the way this way as far as you can, and these guards down here. So any of these, this watchman won't, but these harbor guards down here, harbor guard will definitely help you with any of the Bins enemies. All right, so we'll do that as a 15 plus. Let's now talk about this tower. So again, from the north, what is this thing called? Teleporter? Yeah. So again, from this teleporter right here, this is the north gate teleporter that goes to the docks. Right here is what we call Pale Tower. So that's this tower right here. And that connects to this island over here. You could start doing these around the high 30s. So I would say 37, 38 or so over here on this island. The workers, I believe, are the lower level ones. And then the guards, which are these right up here in the front, these pale guards, are like level 40. But you can start doing this area around level 38 or so, all the way up to the top of this tower where you have a named mob in here. You have, in addition to that named mob, you have another named right here inside of this area on the tower. You have another 1, 2, 3 named inside of this door here. The cook being one of the named, and then like Caspian, and then another name down here. Then this tunnel, if you go down in here, leads all the way over here into this island, and it's a whole tunnel system underneath there. You have a named jailer down there, and you have another named guy. I forget what his name is. So you have a ton of named enemies in here that have a lot of gear. So if you're around level high 30s to early 40s, great place to XP right here in town. All right, so we'll do that one. We'll say 38 plus. Let's see. What else can we show you guys? I think that's about it for inside of town that I can think of good places. There's also one more place I'm going to show you all. I don't think the zone is open, though. The sewers. For you guys that don't know, the sewers entrance is right over here. Is there a way to lower faction? There's typically a way to raise it. Sometimes, yeah. I don't see them offering a reset, but you should be able to raise your faction. Anything that hates you. In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. This right here is the sewers entrance, though. This is probably going to lead into the sewers, which is going to go down into the depths whenever they add in the depths to in Module 1. I believe that's all going to somehow connect together and go into the under Night Harbor area. Sewer's not currently accessible. I don't think it is. I think they took it out. We can go in there and check. We'll see if it'll zone us in. I don't think it's available now. Yeah. This was a zone line right here. So, yeah, they took it out for now. It's a pretty cool place, though. I used to go run around down there. There were only, like, 5 total mobs in the whole area. It just wasn't populated yet. But that will be a good area for early access. I think the sewers will be in for early access, but it'll eventually connect to the deep. Or the under Night Harbor area, which will connect to the deep. Got a split for the day. Take care, Xander. Have a good one. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much for the subs, the gifted subs to the channel. Very appreciated. Let's go get a new Sal refresh. And then we'll go back to Sunreet Strand. And we're going to go through Sunreet Strand to get to Telkir. There's a couple places that we missed, XP spots that I didn't tell you about because I didn't have Sal. I got here late. Did you already mention the Paladin Beetles? Nothing crazy, but even something for level 1s. Paladin Beetles. What are the Paladin Beetles? You talking about over in Sunreet Strand? Or are you talking about somewhere else? I'm not going to hit every single XP spot. Like, I'm going to go over a few of them. The SK, the best tank to choose if you expect to be solo between group sessions. Yes, SK is pretty much the only tank that can solo well. All right, let's go convert those. I need to do some jewel crafting, but we'll do that later. I'm not worried about it right now. Righteous Beetles, you think they're better than everyone else, obviously. I didn't know if you were just doing in Night Harbor or not. Apologies, didn't know you were going. Yeah, we're going all over. We started in Glass Flats. I showed several places in Glass Flats, level ranges. We went through some of Sunreet Strand, and we've done some stuff in Night Harbor. Just to give people places to go to XP at certain levels, because a lot of people are just like, I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. You know, where do I go for these different level ranges? They don't, you know, and they're like getting stuck, or they're getting where the camps are, where everybody's camped, and they just don't have any place to XP. So I'm trying to give people, you know. Oh yeah, people are definitely going to do that, Burl, and I don't care. I don't care. People can, you know, I get tired of that. Because if I don't tell people then I get people that are like, why are you gatekeeping all the good XP spots, right? I can't win. I can't win. So, I just don't. I don't even try anymore. I'm just, you know, I'm done. I'm done. But yeah, we're gonna run around. I'm gonna go to a bunch of different zones and show you guys. I'm gonna go to as many as I can. This, of course, will not be a full list of every single camp spot in the game, but hopefully give people places to go throughout in different areas. Don't gatekeep the gatekeepers. Yeah. Probably one of the better solo classes in the game. It's the best solo tank, the SK is, for sure. This is meant to be a social MMO. I think you are in the right mindset. Share information, don't hoard it. Yeah, there's things that I know that I'm not going to share, okay? There are things that I don't want to call it gatekeeping. It's just that I don't want to share certain things because I want to make sure that, you know, they stay a little secret. Ooh, I know one where we can go. This is a secret one that a lot of people don't know about. The grain cellar. I'm going to make a lot of people upset with that one. I've already shown this one off a couple of times. But let's go to the grain cellar. Real quick. Show it off. It's level 30. So if you don't know where the grain cellar is, we're headed there right now. And then we're going to go to the Telkir way. Up the Telkir ramp. Oh, what's this weapon that I'm using? I'm using a, I'm using a lantern that I could probably turn off. Don't need that lantern on anymore. I'm using the Eclipse Cleaver, which is in the Pale Tower I just talked about. That's where that drops. So level 40 mobs. And I'm using the Debt Carver. These are not great. You can get at level 30. This you can get at level 40. I'm level 53. I need to get some new weapons. My weapons are kind of garbage for my level. So I'm a little behind. But that's because, you know, my group, we don't camp. Like, we camped some named last night, so we got a couple of upgrades for people. We need to start camping more named. But yeah, we'll get there. Found a pretty gnarly mace. Not on wiki either. Mace of Malice? You mean this mace? Oh, never mind. I put it in the bank. I have a Mace of Malice as well. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's not great either. But it's okay. The thing is sick. It's pretty good. For the level you can get it, it's pretty good. They need to update that whole area down there where the Mace of Malice drops. I use the Mace of Malice to level up my bludgeoning, which is probably not... Is it maxed? My bludgeoning... Yeah, my bludgeoning is 258 out of 265, so I could definitely use my Mace of Malice again to get my bludgeoning up. I just haven't done it. Okay, we need to go right over here. Wait, was it? Yeah, it's this down here. I think. I hope. I'm getting so lost. Been thirsting for caster gear? We got some good caster gear last night. Caster belt. Actually, that tower that I just showed where the Pale Tower is, there is a Stein that has 5 intelligence on it and 5 mana. There's some good caster gear in there. Let's just put it that way. I'm not going to show like the exact items that drop in these places, but I am telling you where there's named. Where named or located so you guys can figure it out. I'm just trying to give XP spots in this kind of quick overview. Alright, you guys ready for this? So this is a super secret XP spot for level 30. So you have Night Harbor over here. You come along Night Harbor, the river right here, to this particular building right here that has the hired trackers outside of it and these, farms. You come right inside here, level 30 in this dungeon, 30 plus. I would definitely 100% highly recommend that you come in here with... Hang on a second. Mom decided to print something right in the middle of me talking. And I don't want that to be on the video, so we're going to start that over. That was terrible timing for the print. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. It was just bad timing. Just bad timing. All right, we're going to start that again. So super secret XP spot for level 30. Night Harbor is right over this way. Follow the river down this way to this building right here, going into the hired trackers. So we're going to go straight through here. As soon as you go into this area, you're going to turn left, click on the wall, door opens, and you zone in. Now, I will recommend if you come in here, be very, very, very careful because this area is extremely difficult. Let me get some lighting in here on my lantern so you can actually see. But this is a very difficult area for level 30 plus, like low 30s. As you can see, there's already some corpses here. But this goes down into the grain cellar. I'm not even going to go very far. Oh, that cultist is going to aggro me. But you have cultists, you have undead in here. It's not a huge dungeon. Directly underneath where I'm standing, you can get a key to go into an area right underneath here where a named is. And there's another named in the back. The key for that, the key for this, for the area, is if you go down those stairs, go to the right, make an immediate left, and there's a skeleton that spawns back there that drops the key. So just kill all sorts of stuff in that dungeon. You'll get a key to open up more rooms in the dungeon. Very, very tough dungeon to be in, though. There's spellcasters that fear and mez, and they have pets. Very highly recommend a full group with some CC and camping right there at the entrance until you learn the dungeon. She was printing coupons to take you to Chuck E. Cheese. She was actually not printing coupons for that. What she was printing was information for a gun. And that's not a joke. That's actually true. Since my stepdad passed, he had a couple of pistols and a shotgun and stuff. So we're trying to figure out what we need to do with those and how we need to transfer those and all that. That's what that information was. Not that you guys care, but there you go. That's what she was printing. It was it might have been a coupon for Lobster Fest. She would actually probably print out a coupon for Lobster Fest. Yes. We like seafood in this house. We love seafood. Shrimp, scallops, salmon, lobster, crab. Man, we love all that stuff. My mom and I especially. Like, we'll go out and we'll pig out on some seafood. We went to an oyster roast one time, just her and I. She came up to visit when I lived in, well, I live in Charleston still, but anyway, we're in Charleston. She came up to visit, and it's just her and I went to this oyster roast where they just dumped oysters out on a table, and we just all ate a bunch of oysters. It was awesome. I think we both got sick from that, though. It was probably not the cleanest way to eat the oysters, but whatever. We didn't get sick we got like a cold because just germs, but whatever. Google search, how do I tell my son his beard is too long without hurting his feelings? Yeah, she might have been putting that in there too. She did not like my long beard. Okay, we are going to go up this way, and I'm going to show you all a couple of XP spots and named and things up here that people probably don't even know about. These are going to be not super secret, but places that people just don't go, and they don't XP at. The targeted advertising was hitting the mark. I mean, yeah, I like it. I don't know why it targeted me for that, but Mom prints reviews on new headphones and sound cards. That's all. Yes, that's what she does. I don't think Esar's getting on today. So that's why I decided to do this today, because we're not going to have Gith to do XP with. He's going to the airport. If he gets on, it'll be in like an hour. But he's going to the airport. He's got to fly somewhere. So he won't be on tonight at all. So I probably won't XP today. We're not going to be XPing tomorrow. I probably won't be back on here until Monday. But it's all good. It's all good. Ooh. Ooh, piece of candy. We got double candy over here. Look at that. Dune leaves. Those TSA lines. Yeah, he was talking about it. He's at LAX. He lives out in California, so he's going to LAX, and I don't know how the TSA lines are going to be. I don't know what's going on with that. I haven't been to the airport in a while, but I can only imagine that it's probably not great. Man, there are so many harvesting nodes here. Hey, what's going on, Trackham? How are you? All right, let's talk about this area here. Because this is another... Okay, we're good on the gamma settings. All right. This is another XP spot that you can go to. Not a lot of people go here, so it's not super secret, but it's not well known. So if you come out of Night Harbor and you come up this ramp right here, there's a ramp that leads all the way up to this area right here. You come to the first watchtower that's right here, or the bridge, and you turn left. You can also get here from down in the quarry, but you have to get past these beetles down here. So I wouldn't recommend going that way if you're a lower level, but you can come this way through here. There's a couple different entrances you can enter down here. If you're going that lower level, you can enter up here. But this all kind of leads together. All of these different pathways kind of lead into this one area up here. Let's see if we can get in. We'll come in the top side here. And I'm going to show you all where a name spawns in here that you could fight. I believe these all have faction hits, so be careful. You may not want to mess up your faction. But if you don't really care about your faction, then you can come in here and do this. We have a light. We do have a light. Light's not really helping that much in here, so we'll just not do it. All right, so these are all dwarves. You have these dwarven miners. You can fight all these in here. And then I believe this way is where the named spawn. So if you come around this way, there's a named dwarf. I believe that spawns in this camp. I don't think he's up right now. But one of these miners, I believe... Oh, no, he's up right there. Yeah, it's that guy right there. So this is a named dwarf. I believe he dropped some gear. I have not fought him in a long time, but I believe he dropped some gear. And then you have dwarves all down through here. You got these beetles down here. I want to say this area is like high 20s or 30, but I don't know for sure. We're going to put it in the high 20s, 30 area. But definitely come and check this out. Con these mobs. Right now, they are conning... Actually, these are conning blue. That guy is conning a dark blue to me, so that's going to be higher level. You're looking at higher, like 40 plus, like mid-40s for that guy. That one's light blue. So, yeah, low to mid-40s, actually, for these when I con them. So, place that you can come in XP. I don't know that, you know... I don't know about the faction, but, you know, check it out. All right, so we're going to call that... low to mid 40s. Let's get out of here and let's go check out the goblins going into like the Telkir area and above that. You know, it's funny. Chicago O'Hare, the second busiest airport in the country, has no issues with TSA lines. What's happening is everyone is arriving early because of long TSA lines. At 5 a.m. Lines are out the door because service desks are open by 7:30. Regular. You know, like I lived in Atlanta. I grew up just north of Atlanta, and I went to that Atlanta airport, which is the busiest airport in the world on a per person side, right? And we used to arrive, they say to arrive 2 hours early to go to that airport. And we would always arrive like 2 hours early. Sometimes it would take forever to get through the lines, but other times you can get through in 15 minutes. It was crazy. It was more about navigating the airport, took time, than getting through those lines sometimes. But there were times I sat in those lines for like an hour plus. So, you know, the thing is you just never know with an airport. So you always have to get there early, even though a lot of times it doesn't take that long to get through. Still forced to work another 30 minutes because there was no one to relieve him. Wait, you're talking about in the airport? People had to work late? That's weird. I tend to show up 45 minutes before boarding now. At my airport in Charleston, South Carolina, you can show up 15 minutes before your flight takes off and probably still make it. Probably. I would not recommend it because there's chances that it might be a longer line, but I always recommend getting there at least an hour before your flight. Just in case, because you never know. You never know. Okay, we're going to talk about a couple of goblins. Some goblin XP spots. Another place that people just don't XP at for some reason. They just don't do it. So we're going to start here. So another good XP spot for people around, I would say 10 or so, 10, 12 maybe. This is Night Harbor, of course. You're going to come out of Night Harbor. You're going to follow the ramp all the way up over here, which is going to lead over a bridge, past all these guard towers. When you get to this giant guard tower fortress thing or whatever, you can go 2 different ways to get to some goblins. We're going to go this way first. So you can go around this way. You can actually go up the front side as well and drop off on the other side of it if you want to and come down the mountain. But you go this way to some goblins. These goblins, I believe, are like in the teens and go up into like the high teens. And there's a named goblin back here. I think Warlord Mugraw or something like that is one of the named back here. There might be additional named. Pretty good gear on him. I believe it's got some tank gear. You can also get some iron root on the way up here. I'm not going to get that now since we're trying to show off the goblins. But just keep following this. Be sure not to fall off here. It will be your death if you fall off here. But this comes all the way around, and then you're going to need to start fighting right about here. But if you go, start fighting here, you can turn around this corner, go up, and then there's goblins all throughout this, up this ladder, all over here. Bunch of goblins in this area that you can camp. This holds at least, I would say, 3 full groups that could do this camp up here. Like I said, in the mid to high teens, maybe even into the low 20s. So let's do that. International flights definitely should be there at least 2 hours early. Oh, yeah. For international flights, you need to be there early because they got to check all sorts of things like your passport. They go through your luggage even like more, what's the word I'm looking for? Vigorously, I guess. They go through everything. One thing I also learned is if you have luggage that locks, don't even worry about it. They're just going to break the lock anyway. I literally had some luggage that locks, and I locked it one time. The first time I ever used that luggage, I locked it. They broke the lock on it. And now the lock just doesn't work. Take care. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so another goblin camp. This is a lower level goblin camp. This is Night Harbor here. We probably said this about 3 times during this, but you come up the ramp this way, come past the towers, get to the large fortress here, and then you go this way, and this for the lower level goblins. There's higher level goblins this way that I'll probably talk about later in the video, but we did that first when we were actually making it. But later in the video, we're going to talk about those higher level goblins. But you go this way to get to some lower level goblins and the entrance to Telkir, which we will talk about soon. So keep following this down. I believe these goblins are going to be like level 8 to 10 range. Maybe, you know, up to level 12 or so. You could probably XP back here. It's a great entrance area to level up with before you go inside of Telkir. So basically right back here, all of these goblins right past this archway here. And there's several different camps that you can get to. So this area will probably hold 2-3 full groups to get through all of this. So you have, you know, the entranceway here. You got goblins all over here, up on these ledges, on top of this here, and over here on these ledges, and over here. I don't think there's any named in this area, but there might be. So if there are, you know, let us know down in the comments or whatever. But this is a great area to come to at low level. As you can see, there's nobody here even camping these right now. Of course, this is a couple weeks into beta at this point, or like 3 weeks into beta. But this is the entrance to Telkir. All right, let's put that in. So we're going to do that as... We're going to do that as 8+. 2 named at least. 1 up top. 1 big camp at the bottom. Okay, so there are some named in here. Yeah, definitely let me know. I'm going to put this all on YouTube as like an XP guide for YouTube. Because people have been asking me a lot on where to go to XP. All right, so let's go into Telkir. We'll start talking about that for a minute. So this is the entrance to Telkir on the Goblin side. So you should have been able to find that from a previous area of how to get into here of the video. But this is the entranceway. You can start doing this area here in like the low double digits, like 12 or so, maybe 13. You start coming in here. And this will get up to like early 20s that you could do this area. So come through here. These are all teen level mobs through here. And it kind of zigzags through. Be very careful because you can easily create trains in here. Say hi to the giant skeleton that is there. But come back this way. There are several named mobs over in this area. But it keeps going back until you get to the heart of Telkir, which is this kind of area here. These do have a faction. So you have the Bloody Nose faction of the goblins, and then you have the Ashira faction, which is deeper in. They are opposing factions. You can increase your Ashira by defeating Bloody Nose, and you can increase your Bloody Nose by defeating the Ashira. One thing I will point out is some of the named enemies that are back here. If you come back this way, there is a named right back here in the back. Right there, this Bloody Nose Sergeant can spawn, I believe, a Witch Doctor named that drops a good ranged item and some other stuff for casters. And then down in this hallway here is going to lead into the higher level area. So this is going to be your higher teens into your low 20s going back through this area. And then way back down here, this used to be where the Bloody Nose General spawned, was down in here. But now the Bloody Nose General, I believe, is back this way. If we can do this without getting a bunch of aggro. It's back that way or down this way. It's one of these two. I don't remember exactly where, but somewhere back in here is the Bloody Nose General. Tons of mobs you can fight to get into some higher level, into the low 20s, I would say. You probably don't want to be here much past the low 20s, but I believe the Bloody Nose himself is a level 20 mob that drops a cloak that has haste on it. So very good item, and then some other tank items as well. I think he's got a helmet and some shoulders and maybe some other stuff for a tank. So definitely check out those mobs for some named to camp in the high teens, low 20s. All right, so that's that. Let's go. Let's go to the other side of Telkir, and we'll talk about that. Being 18 Inquisitor, I mean, it's perfect time. Come here. There's nobody here. You got all sorts of mobs you can fight down here. And the Bloody Nose General is open. Nobody's killing it. Go do that. Check it out. Oh, look at that. They're fighting. What time is it in game? 7 p.m. This is super dark. I probably shouldn't be in here at dark trying to show you guys where to camp. I should probably come in here. Let's go back outside. We'll go outside the other entrance and go to the Shaded Dunes side. And then we'll come back into Telkir and show this other entrance and what you can do in here. There's lots of named over here on the Ashira side. Lots of named. But we'll do that once we get daylight so that I can show this off a little bit better. It's just really hard to see in here at night, even with my lantern. But we can also turn up this to make it a little bit better to see. So let's go out this way, and then we'll show off some stuff in Shaded Dunes. That guy wasn't a... Where'd he go? No, it's an enchanter. Okay. Any races with night vision? Yeah, all of them except for human, I think. But you can just turn up the gamma. It's the better way to do it, in my opinion. People are gonna disagree and they're gonna say it's cheating, etc. But whatever. People are gonna say everything is cheating. If they disagree with it for whatever reason, they're gonna say it's cheating. Does this guy have Sow up here? I'm looking for somebody with Sow. Did I just see somebody jumping around over here? Oh, there he is. Oh no, that's like a rogue or something. Yeah, I've got my light here that I can use that helps out. I did bring a light with me. But let's start over here, and we're going to talk about... Well, let's not start here. Let's start... Let's go to Ancient Crypt. No. Because I want to go inside of Ancient... Well, we can go inside of Ancient Crypt. Because Ancient Crypt is a closed dungeon anyway. So we can go in there while it's nighttime. Because it's going to be the same darkness whether it's daytime or nighttime. Won't matter. So let's go to Ancient Crypt and talk about that. Then we will come back out and we'll talk about more of Shaded Dunes. There's several named inside of Ancient Crypt as well. And I should be able to walk around in there at my level without aggroing everything. Hopefully. And be able to point out to you where all of the... Or not all, but where some of the named are. But they're undead, so they probably will aggro. So we'll just have to see what happens. Put your lantern on the belt? Yeah, you could do that too. How much fuel do I have? Okay, we have enough fuel for now. Yeah, I don't like to use it on my belt because it takes up pouch slots. I don't like that. I need my inventory space. I'll also show you the back entrance to Ancient Crypt while we do this. So there's 2 different entrances to Ancient Crypt, if you guys don't know about that. I've been doing Cultist and Night Harbor, but now that I'm level 18, it feels a bit low. Any suggestion on where to go for groups? Maybe a dungeon? 18? Yeah, like where I was just talking about. I would go to Telkir Goblins. Perfect place. Go deeper in. Like the entrance goblins would be too low for you, but go deeper in, and there's some goblins in there. All right, let's see. These are probably aggro me, won't they? Yeah, these are going to aggro. But let's do this. Now, let me go back out. Because I want to show you guys where this is and how to get into it. Here, let's just kill these. It's kind of hard to show off the dungeons where there's undead. Because undead aggro everybody. What the heck? Why am I not hitting that? Oh, he's immune. Stinking Deacon made him immune. I was like, why is he not dying? What cultist groups are you, or where are the cultists that you're fighting in Night Harbor that are around level 18? I'm trying to think of cultists. Really love torches. Like that about mobs. Undead always want blood. Oh, touches. Little touches. Not torches. Some mobs run HP. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's neat. I like it. It's just annoying when I'm trying to make these videos. All right, let's do this. Let's get up a little bit higher so you guys can see. Okay. So this is going to be the entrance to Ancient Crypt. We're going to kind of run around inside of Ancient Crypt. So this is Night Harbor. You go from Night Harbor, Westgate into Shaded Dunes. You can kind of follow that around on the right wall until you get to Ancient Crypt, which is this area right here. There will be some skeletons out front here that are like level 15 or so. So they're going to be a little bit higher on the outside. You can invis versus undead or just try to run past them if you want to get on the inside. But once you are on the inside, the mobs are actually a little bit lower level. So I do recommend this dungeon around level 12 or so. So you can come in here at level 12. We're going to try to go through a little bit. There's people in here, so that's good. They're killing some mobs. But these entrance mobs here are all going to be around level 12, 13. And then you can come up in here. There's some skeletal guards. These are going to be all level 12, 13. Let's see if we can sneak around without aggroing everything. Oh, we aggroed one. We're just trained through for now. This is going to be like, again, 12, 13, 14, 15. Back in here, in these areas. If you turn left here and go this way, this is going to go to some higher level mobs. These are going to be your higher teen or mid-teens, like 15 or 16. But you can basically level all the way up through here through the higher teens. There is a named mob here with these cooks. These cooks are all named. They like a skeletal cook can spawn there or some sort of named. Do not mess with that fire elemental back there. This is also a named right back here. That sergeant is a named. Skeletons all through here that are in the teens. Hopefully there's nobody in here that I'm going to train. I don't think there is. I should probably check. Let me see. Who? It's just me and one other guy, so we're okay. Back this way is some stuff. There's a librarian. I'm trying to run through here really quickly. The librarian is right back in here. That's another named. Spawns right there where that scholar is. There's also up this ladder right here. We'll go ahead and we'll go up the ladder and check it out. There's an elemental, like an event thing that happens with this elemental when you step on this right here. Here, we'll do it. Why not? All those acolytes spawn. Whole event thing that happens. So lots of mobs to fight there. Let me see if I can get my bearings. We got to go this way. Oh boy. I've got a huge train. The things I go through to show off the game. Ah! So this way, if you go up this ladder, this is going to be an exit. This is why I'm going to go this way. This is going to be to go into Wormsbane. So this is a zone in for Wormsbane, and that'll clear some of this aggro. There's... Oh, shoot. There's a named... Golly, I'm just getting stunned left and right, even at level 50. Yikes. All right, we're going to zone in here into Wormsbane. That's the dungeon, basically. We're going to let that clear for a second. So hopefully not train anybody. But when you first go in from Wormsbane, so this is the room in Wormsbane. The entrance to Wormsbane is like through this way. So you basically come into this room right here, and you can go around and jump up here. So you jump up here to get into Ancient Crypt. It's a back entrance in. Also, when you first go into Ancient Crypt through this way, there's like a treasure that looks like in the middle of the floor. That is a pit. It falls straight down. Here, I'll show it to you real quick since we're here. I know it's a lot of information, but that treasure right there where the light is a pit. It'll fall into a bunch of mobs. Do not walk into that light. You will probably die if you are low level. And then how to find this in Wormsbane is this way through here, and then turn right, and then here, and then here. And this is the bridge that you go over when you first enter Wormsbane to get into Ancient Crypt. I know that was a lot of information, but that whole dungeon in Ancient Crypt is in your... teens, early to mid-teens, maybe even late teens. You can stay in there, probably up to like 16, 17. After that, you're probably going to want to leave that dungeon. Wow. Okay. That was a lot of information. I tried to do that very quickly. I got hit by something too, and it took my my speed of the wild off. How are you supposed to learn in solo? Learn what? Yep. Okay. Yeah, we can do something if you want to. I was just showing people a bunch of XP spots. Just running around all the different dungeons. Well, not dungeons, but just all the different areas. Let me finish up with, anyway, let me go get a sow. Are you at the bank? Yeah, let me come get a sow, and then I'll run around. I just need to show off, like, Sungreet, Shaded Dunes, and then, like, Telkir. And then I can probably just do something after that for a little bit. I gotta go at 2 o'clock, though, for my haircut. All right, we're going to go, and I'm going to show off a little bit more for this Night Harbor side of things. So this will just be one video I make. I mean, it's a lot of information so far. There's so much more, and we'll have to do some more stuff in maybe a separate video. There's a whole invisible mountain wall, one of those places. Yeah, I'm going to show that off in a second. See if we can find Gith over here. There he is. He goes all the way around. He's like, I'm not standing out here with these peasants. Can you hit me with a regen too? I'm taking damage from all this stuff. Where'd you get? Oh, these from whatchamacallit? Okay. They gave the fighter 5 mana to be nice. No, I just have an item that gives me mana. I think it's this. This gives me 5 mana. Alright. Alright, let me run around a little bit and show off the rest of these, and then I'll be good to go. We can go wherever. You just want to do Drakes again for a little bit? Okay. That'd be perfect. Yeah, because I'll be running that way anyway. Alright, let's go check out Shaded Dunes. And then we're going to make our way to Fallen Pass, and I'll even talk about Fallen Pass a little bit as we go through there. And that'll probably be this entire video that I'm going to splice together. Maybe later today, and then I'll try to upload it if I can. And that'll cover a lot of camp spots. It won't be the Phalandraw side of the world or the Evershade Weld side of the world. I'll probably do that in a separate video. Server's going to open up for everybody else tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so another good spot for low-level players. This is the west gate of Night Harbor. You come out of the west gate, you kind of turn left and go towards the water over here. And there's these crocodile hatchlings that spawn over here. These are good for like level 5, 6, something around there. I don't know what level this Cuthead guy is. Let's see. Who cut? He's level 7 rogue, soloing these. So this is a pretty good spot, level 5, 6, 7 or so. To solo or duo. These spawn very quickly, so around that level you can pretty much farm those very quickly. All right, so let's see. We'll do 5. Let's see, what else can we talk about over here? We'll go over here on this oasis. We'll stand right here and talk about it. So here you have bandits. These bandits are, I would say, 10-ish, give or take. They're right outside of Night Harbor right here. This is the west gate. You're going to zone over to Shaded Dunes and then kind of go towards the water over this way. And there's a little bandit area where we just have a bunch of bandits that are out here. I would say, level 10, a group of level 10s or so, maybe 12. Somewhere around that range, you should be able to get some pretty good XP here. And then if you come down here to the water and you follow this, you can follow this all the way down to the very, very end, and I'll show you here at some point. But you follow this water all the way down. There's a lot of crocodiles, so you have more of the crocodile hatchlings here. And then down this way, you have higher level crocodiles. Those are going to be more like your teens, I believe, like 12, 13, 14. To be able to do those crocodiles, leading all the way down to the end where you have the undead and bandits down there. So let's go way down here, and we'll show that area off. And the spider cave that's down here where some named are. Then we'll go over to Telkir from Shaded Dunes and show you the back entrance, the secret entrance to that. And show off the Ashira that are back there. And then we'll run through Telkir quickly. The areas that I can run through Telkir without getting a huge train. Because Telkir actually goes up to like the 40s. Believe it or not. It goes up to like the 40 plus. There's even a raid mob in the back of it that's level 40 or 45 or whatever it is. I don't know how long this video is going to end up being. It might be a really long video. But hopefully it'll give people some places they can go in XP. Yeah, all these crocodiles are like what is this guy? That guy's level 11 Necromancer, soloing those. So around level 10 or so. 10, 12. Something in there. And try the game tomorrow. Can't wait. Nice. Yeah, I'll try to put this video up tonight before I shut down all my computers. I'll try to splice it all together. It's not going to be like an edited video or anything like that. It's just going to be a bunch of information. So, I always loved Necro in every game except Pantheon. Now, don't want to try it in Monsters Memories. In this game, it's good. It's a lot like EverQuest. All right, we're to kind of stay right here and talk about it. So way down here at the end of the beach, this is Night Harbor over this way. So if you come out of Night Harbor into Shaded Dunes and you go down to the beach and just follow it all along. So there's the crocodiles that were all down in here, which are like 10, 12, something around there level range. They will lead all the way here to a camp. At night, you're going to get were-rats. During the day, you're going to get... I believe bandits or something. And they are around level 8 or so. So you can come down here with a duo, trio, or a full group around the level 8 to 10 range and fight all of these. There are named that spawn in here. Any of these mobs can spawn a named that does drop like a really kind of poopy ring. It's not very good, but you know, could drop some other items as well. And I think it's also for a quest. One of the class quests requires you to come down here. I want to say it's Shaman, but I'm not 100% sure. In addition to that, all back here behind them, you're going to have these roaming zombies and skeletons, also around the level 8 to 10 range. So you can stay over here for a while in XP, starting around, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10, that kind of range, and just XP here for a while. All right, let's go over this way into the spider cave. This right here is a spider cave. So let's talk about that. We'll start here so people know where I'm talking about. So there's a spider cave, which is right over here. So this is going to be the beach right in the side of Shaded Dunes coming from Night Harbor down this way. Follow the beach all the way down. This is where the rare rats and bandits are, that camp. But right over this way is a cave that goes to spiders. It's a kind of a small dungeon. It's only like 2 rooms. But there is a named in here that can spawn, and a great place early on to get some spider silk. I believe this is going to be like high teens, low 20s, but don't quote me on that. But somewhere around there. So you zone into this spider cave. Come in. Pretty cool little dungeon. Turn the light on here so you can see a little bit better. But you have these brood here, and then back in here is where the name spawns, somewhere back in here. I'm not going to stay in here too long, but just to kind of show it off. I believe the name spawns back in here somewhere. There are invis spiders, so be careful of those. But yeah, so that is this little spider cave dungeon. These webs also snare you. There's also an area up top here. You better get out of here. Train. That person's going to die. I don't know what to tell them. I'm waiting. Okay. Good luck. They're just staring at me. Oh my gosh. They're not going to make it out of there. Anyway, that's that dungeon. Oh, they made it out. Low on health, but made it out. Okay. Let's go over... I guess we can go around this way. Probably the longer way to go. So what was that? Does anybody know the level of that spider cave? I think it's level like 20. We're gonna say 20. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll put it on 20. That was Spider Befallen? Kinda, yeah. Kinda, sorta. Wiki says 8 to 16. Okay, 8 to 16. We'll put that in there in the 8 to 16 range. We're gonna say 16. I wouldn't go in there at level 8. That seems bad. But we'll put it in at 16. Small spiders can be 11 to 12, but the boss, you need to be 16 in the group. Okay, so that's why they say 8 to 16. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to edit the heck out of this, but I'm just going to give you basic information, and you guys can go in and con the monsters. All right. This area here. Let's talk about this. So this is a secret entrance into the Ashira area, which also goes into the back entrance of Telkir. So this is Night Harbor over here, into Shaded Dunes. You're going to come all the way down near the end. Right around the corner here is where you get into Fallen Pass. And then this right here is actually a mirage. So once you come up this way, you have the ruins here. Go into this mirage. Walk right into it, and boom, you're in an area filled with not only Ashira, but you also have a lot of wood that you can get in here. Let me get the light source so we can see a little bit better. But you have tons and tons of Ashira. This is a great place to come around level 5 to 8. You can do all of these Ashira camps. I don't think there's any named specifically in these camps, but there might be. But you have more camps up this way, more camps over this way. And then this leads all the way into Telkir back here. This area is very, very seldomly used by anyone, even in the early game. I don't know why people don't come over here and fight these mobs. Maybe they don't know that they're back here, but it's a great place to come early on when everything else is camped. And then all the way back here in this entrance, this kind of crack in the side of the wall here, this goes up into Telkir. We'll probably only be able to experiment one of the zones available, right? I mean, this weekend? No, all of this is going to be available this weekend. All of this. Is there a convenient zone line here? Yeah, right here. There's a zone line you could use. Boop. This goes into Telkir, so you could use this if you get too many mobs. So this is the back entrance to Telkir. If you go through the Mirage wall in the back and you go all the way to the back of that, you can enter Telkir from the back entrance right here. This is a great place to start when you are low level, like 12, 13, you can start coming into this area, maybe a little bit lower depending on your group, but around that there are 2 invis or stealth mobs that spawn right here. I believe it's these 2, these ambushers, but there's usually 2 stealth mobs right here, so make sure you have C invis when you come in this dungeon. But I'm going to show off a little bit of Telkir, so we'll go in this way. Go over here. These are all, I would say, low teen mobs that you can fight. There is a named back around this corner. Spawns right over here somewhere. It might be the shaman. I think it's the shaman is the placeholder for it. So that's one named. It does cast fear, so be careful. So this is like one good camp for a group right in this area. You can also camp like near the entrance over there if you wanted to. Be careful though, camping at the entrance or anywhere on a path that might be a train out. Over here is a great camp where these guys are around your high teens area, pulling from this castle thing right here. So great for the mid to high teens, 15, 16, 17, that area. You can also go up this way and you can jump up to a higher level area here. So it's an easy way to get up here. There's a named or two that spawn over this way that you could camp. These are also all in the teens. And then that goes down in this cave here, which connects to this cave here. So let's go that way first to kind of talk about Telkir a little bit more. These are all teens throughout this area, maybe even into the low 20s. Mobs over there. Tons and tons and tons of mobs throughout here that you can fight. More there. I would say, teens to 20. This way, it doesn't go anywhere, I don't believe, but more mobs in there. If you keep following this back, you will get to this pool room here. Oh, nope, not this pool room. The pool room is down here. Sorry. Got lost there for a second. You'll get to this pool room. Now, I would stop if you are in your 20s-ish. I would stop here. I wouldn't go any farther. However, if you are higher level, you can jump in this pool here. And we're going to go ahead and swim it, and I'll show you where you can go. There's a hole here that goes way down this way, and this is going to go to a deeper part of Telkir. Keep swimming through this hole here, and then straight up, and then you become in this area here. This is where you want to be, I believe, in the higher 30s. So these mobs might actually be aggro to me. But this is where you're going to find the elite mobs. I think there's like one roamer that's not elite. But right around this corner, this is a good place to camp as well. You could camp like right here. What is this? That's the Pathfinder. This one's low level. But right past this Pathfinder, he's probably not going to be too happy with me. There's the elite guards right here. Those are also green to me. I don't remember exactly what level these are, but I would say like 30s around there, or maybe high 20s. Can't remember exactly. But if you come in here, there's tons and tons of elite guards. So this is just a back entrance that you can get into. This leads all the way up and around this area. Looks like they're not going to aggro me. So we'll keep going and show off all of this as well. I believe there's a named that spawns up here that you could fight. And then this is going to lead way deeper into Telkir. All of that stuff down in there. So just mobs everywhere. This goes into the Hierophants. These, again, are even higher level. So you got to be careful with some of these in here. They're casters. I believe there's also some named in here. The Bruisers are in here. Elite Guard there. And then back out this way to the main large pool area of Telkir. This area through here is in your 20s, I would say. So like these Ashiran and guards are going to be level like 20-something. What we're going to do here is I'm just going to jump off so we can show you this area a little bit because I kind of know where I'm at now. There is right over here several named once you get into this pool room. So you'll be coming in from the entrance of Telkir this way. I know I'm kind of doing this backwards, but the entrance is this way. We'll go back out that way. But you can actually camp in this room right over here. This is a very good room to camp in. At least right now, it is not populated. So you can come in here, be very safe, and you can pull all these mobs. Down here is a named mob inside of there. There's a named fisherman over there. And then a named cook up in this room. So lots and lots and lots of mobs there. Let me go this way to get out of here. This goes towards the goblins this way. This dungeon is just huge. It's going to start in the teens and go all the way up to like the 40s, depending on where you go in here. So, I just aggroed something. That's going to start a huge train. Oop, let's go this way. I don't want to train everybody. So yeah, tons and tons and tons. This is the entrance that I was talking about where people were fighting. And we're going to go back out to the entrance this way. So this is where we came in, where that group was fighting at. And this is the entrance right back this way. Yeah, we can do some. I just went through Telkir real quickly. I'm done with that. But yeah, I can come over there now. If he's still there. Did he log out? Let me see if Esar logged out. No, he's still there. Okay. You have it running? Yeah, he's playing on a Steam Deck, yeah. Esar and Gam and Kaz sometimes play on their Steam Decks. All right, yeah, I'm running to you now. Leaving Telkir. Hey, what's going on, Devin? How are you? We'll talk about Fallen Pass briefly while we run through Fallen Pass to the camp that we're going to do. Because Fallen Pass has a ton of mobs in it. I'm doing well, Dave. Thank you so much. We'll get like 2 hours of XP in before I have to go. Do you have triple attack yet? Level 55 for triple attack. So no, I don't have it yet. How significantly does double and triple attack bump up your DPS as a fighter? Double attack, a good bit. Triple attack, not so much. Like the difference between double attack and triple attack is not significant. People think it's significant. It's not. And neither is the crit. So fighters get crit and triple attack, and it's a small bump to their DPS. It's not an astronomical amount by any means. It might be like a total of 5 to 10% in total for both of those things. Because how it works is every time you attack, you have a chance to double attack. And if you double attack, you have a chance to triple attack, is all it is. All right, so let's talk about this as we go up here. So this is going into Fallen Pass from Shaded Dunes right here. You can start this area in the teens. So these skeletons, like 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there. And then these beetles go up to about level, I think, in the low 20s. Is where you want to fight them. There's a named beetle over here in these pile of bones. And then back over here on this back wall, right back there, there's an entrance into a cave that's going into skeletons and undead rats and things that are back there. That's all mid-20s. So this area you can start in the teens, like high teens, and goes all the way up through the mid-20s in this very entrance. And then you have higher stuff higher up. So back over this way, you can go up this ramp to get farther in to Fallen Pass. And we'll talk about that as we go through it. All right, let's go up here. Let's turn that down a little bit. Agree on crit, but I think triple attack has a larger effect than less than 5%. Well, it might, yeah. The crit is like 2.5%. And then the triple attack might increase your DPS. I'm talking about an increase in your DPS of maybe an additional like 5 to or so 8%, something. So a total of like 10% maybe between the two of those. It's not much because you have to think it has a chance to triple attack. If it triple attacks, it's only one additional attack. So if I attack 2 times that round and I add just one additional attack and that additional attack does 1 damage, you got to factor that in. It could also do maximum damage, which is like 30 or 40. So like it could be a range. So 1 additional attack is not going to add that much. So at the top of the ramp here, you have these mobs. These are like level 20-ish mobs, like high teens or so, level 20. This loops all the way around to the other side, which kind of connects to this side over here. So those are a bunch of mobs you can fight there at the 20-ish range, maybe up to like high teens, early 20s, I would say. And then this is also going to lead to much higher mobs down this ramp over here. So down at the bottom of this ramp, I would say you want to start doing these mid-30s. So all of these mobs down here are mid-30s. And then farther back over here are going to be your high 30s or low 40s. So a bunch of places you can camp throughout here. All right, so are you ready to run? I'm here with you. How does double and triple attack work with Elementalist Air Pet buff? It's main hand only. The Elementalist Air Pet gives you a chance to attack with your main hand again. And then when you attack with your main hand, you have a chance to get double attack or triple attack on top of that. So it's all chances. It's a bunch of RNG, so it's really hard to say how well it works. So we're going to go through here. As we run through, I'll talk about some stuff. So from the Pyramos Village here, this way you have these drakes that are here, and then you have some drakes up here on the left. These are all mid-20s, mid to high 20s that you could do those. So really good spot that you could camp all of that stuff. There's another drake right there. It's probably might aggro. Let's see if it does. It did. Let's go ahead and kill that. They changed the invisible effect? Yeah. You know if the Glass Flats undead camps have dungeon zones that are implemented yet? They're not zones, no. They're not dungeon zones. Those Glass Flats, there's a lot of dungeon areas within Glass Flats, but you don't zone into anything new. Okay, so running from the Pyramos Village, kind of following it through, this is where you can get to the rat people, or the rat men, or whatever you want to call them. They are going to be your high 30s. So we come up this way. Like mid to high 30s, start doing these mobs, and they are right here. So all these Screevar guards, all of these in here, all of this is like mid to high 30s. And it gets even higher level as you go over this bridge and farther in. So go this way. Lots more rats here. Lots of named over here. There's a named Taskmaster back here. There's named all throughout this area over here. Really good gear on some of these named. There's a guy named Felix that runs through. You can also go into this undead castle over here, which gives you into the 40s. And then maybe there's a little bit of a raid boss back there. I'm not going to give any hints other than that, but there is a bit of a raid boss back there. Going back this way, you can get to some drakes. So lots more stuff here to go through. And this is going to get you more of the Screevar. Again, still high 30s, low 40s. Go through here. Let's turn... Oh, we don't have the lamp. We'll follow Gith with his lamp. And this is going to lead to the low-level drakes, and then further in are high-level drakes. The low-level drakes are going to be in your 30s. His invis, I think, is breaking, so we're going to wait. All right, we're good. You can invis past all of this, clearly. Then you have the low-level Plagueborn drakes here, so a Plagueborn drake. Then you want to IVU from this point. So these low-level ones, I believe, are like 40-ish. And then the high-level ones are up this way, which are the Elder Drakes. And they are like 45 to 50. I think they actually hit, yeah, I think they hit up to like 50. So all these Plagueborn Elder Drakes. These are good to XP on, but you're not going to get any good loot off of these drakes other than coin. But they're really good to XP on. They're very easy to fight. But if you want some loot, you can keep going straight back this way right here, go in a little hole that leads up to this area right here in this castle area. There are some named up there, but again, those are way more difficult and going to be around your level 50 range. So definitely check those out if you want to have some higher level content. Do you have any wood? Because I don't think I have any at all, but we can still XP for like 2 hours. Nah, I only have... I have 5, so we don't even have enough to make 1 fire. Oh well. That's alright. We can XP for a little bit. Get a little bit here. All right, I'll compile all that together. Into one big video that I'll probably put out later today. Hopefully it gives people some information of where to go. They can fight, camp, and all that. It's not, like I said, it's not going to be super well edited or anything like that. It's just going to be a spliced of a bunch of stuff. I'll probably put some timestamps in as I can to kind of go over that stuff. I think every swing, which can be turned into a double or triple, gets 1 chance to proc air for +1 hit. That might be true, yeah. Yeah, the air pet buff is very, very strong, but it's main hand only, so it's not going to work with like dual wield, but it works really well with a 2-handed weapon with fighters that have triple attack. Like it works really, really well for them. Yeah, I'll do timestamps to kind of go through all of that. That covers a lot. I've got stuff from level 1 all the way up to like the 50s or so. Of course, it's not going to be every single camp in the game. It's not going to be, you know, a full-on overview of everything you can do. But hopefully it'll get some people started, some places that they may not know about. And then I'll try to do some more places like that. What I'll probably do at some point, not today or this weekend or anything, but maybe in the future, is we'll just talk about every zone. We'll just separate a zone and go in there and be like, here's what you can do in the zone. All right, you ready? All right, I'll pull whenever I can get them separate. Definitely don't want to get doubles on this when you're on the Steam Deck. Oh, okay. Well, I'll still try not to get doubles. We're just gonna fight some of these drakes for a little bit, and then perfect. So we're just going to fight these for a couple hours till I have to go get my hair cut. Then I'll probably work on that video, get it uploaded, and then I'm going to pack up my stuff for when I'm leaving tomorrow. What do you get for your haircut? What do you mean, what do I get for my haircut? Like, what kind of haircut do I get? I'm probably going to go pretty short on the sides, like lengths. Yeah, I'll probably go pretty short on the sides. I'm going to have them clean up the beard a little bit. I don't want to take much off, just kind of, like you were saying yesterday, just even it up. I'm going to let it grow out to June, I think, for the launch of early access, so I can have that dwarven beard. We'll see how much dwarven beard I get between now and then. And then, yeah, I'm probably going to do like a guard 4 on the sides. Keep it longer on the top. He gets an ice cream cone. Yeah, I get an ice cream cone for getting my hair cut because I'm a good boy. How much faster is it to XP in a full group versus leveling solo, duo, or trio? I've never done full group before. It's actually slower. Step shifter. It is slower to XP in a full group. It feels very bad. They need to change that. Yeah, I clicked the Google surprise me. Is 4-man the sweet spot? No, I think the best XP in the game is probably a duo. It would be duo is going to be most likely your best XP. Solo could be better for some classes. And then after a solo and duo, then I would say, yeah, 4 would be the next. Then probably 6, then probably 3, then probably 5. It's a weird jump how it moves around. Strange that groups are less XP considering the game is focused on group. Yeah, that is the problem, yes. Which classes are best for solo? Still Druid, SK. Druid is good solo. SK is the best solo tank, but is not the best solo class by any means. But yeah, your pet classes are generally pretty good. So your Necromancer, Beastmaster, Elementalist are good for solo because of their pets and then the abilities they have. Wizard quad kiting is very good solo. Druids can solo fairly well using charm or quad kiting or snare dotting and all that kind of stuff. So they have different ways they can do it. Charming is anything that can charm is extremely good at solo still. You just have to gear charisma for it. Ranger's good at solo. Archer's good at solo. Those are probably your best solo classes right now. The ones I just named. Is charisma gear easy to get? It's not easy, but it's not hard. You can get crafted charisma gear. So that's not too bad to get. There's some like common drops from named mobs that are charisma based. So yeah, it's not hard to get it. You don't really need a lot of charisma in the early game if you're trying to charm. It's more like mid to later that you start to need the higher charisma. At the level that I'm at now, around low 50s, mid 50s, you know, low mid 50s, whatever. I think our enchanter, necromancer that charm a lot have around 80 to 90 charisma. They have focused a lot on it to try to get a lot of charisma. And charming is tedious, but not hard. You still have to maintain the charm. You still have to, you know, babysit the monster to make sure when a charm breaks, you got to stun it. You got to deal with all that. It's annoying to do sometimes, but it's not hard by any means. Quad kiting sounds dangerous. You would think it is, but you have an AoE snare that you can cast on mobs. So you AoE snare 4 mobs, and then you just nuke them down. It's not really that hard at all. I think something like this would be a good duo 2%, more XP 3%. Those percentages are way, 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 way too low. Is Necro Charm affected by charisma? It is, yes. Yeah, you need like a 100% XP bonus for a party of 6. And I know people thinking, oh my god, that sounds like a ton. It's not. It is not. Yeah, like your party of 6 is going to be getting about 150% XP bonus per kill, approximately. So like you kill one mob in a group of 6, and then you have to, but you're dividing that between 6 people. So let's say the mob has 100 XP that it gives. You get a group of 6, and you're going to get like 250 XP, and then you're going to divide that by 6. And that's how much XP each person in the party is going to get. Approximately. Those are not exact numbers by any means. Yeah, full group is 6. Should I aim farm yellow con monsters as a 3-man, or should we kill blue cons for speed? It depends on your level, and it depends on your skill, and it depends on your classes. There's way too many factors there. But at lower level, you can usually fight higher level enemies, and it's not that difficult. Once you get into like the higher levels, like 40, 50 plus, I would definitely recommend going for blue con over higher. You can still do it, but it can get very dangerous very quickly. Oh my goodness, I don't know what that mob's doing. Doing all sorts of craziness. What are these mobs doing? Somebody break apart. Alright, I think we can pull this one in a second. Maybe. No, we'll pull this one. Nope, he's too close to that guy. He's too close to that guy. Golly. This one should pull. No, stop going that way. Golly, man. These mobs are not cooperating. There we go. We got this guy. We got this little guy. That little guy. This should be a group bonus for the mob HP as long as people are in the same, all in the same area, like 20% as 6 folks to encourage full group. It needs to be way more than 20%. Yeah, it's got to be like 100% for 6 people. It needs to be a lot because of the way this game works. It needs to be honestly more than 100% for 6 people. So like, right now, the way it works is you kill a mob by yourself, you get 100% of the XP. If you're in a duo, you split it 50-50. If you're in a trio, you get a bonus of some sort, approximately. These are not exact numbers again, but you get a bump every level, every person you add to your party in the bonus XP. So a trio might be a 10% bonus or something. So you take 110% total XP, each person gets 55%. Then you go up to 4 players, and it's another bump. Up to 6 players. At 6 players in a party, you kill 1 mob. Each player is, if it's 100 XP for that mob, each player is going to get about 25 XP, give or take. So you guys can figure out the math if you want to, but that's currently what it is. So you have to kill, in a party of 6, approximately 4 mobs for every solo player killing 1 mob. And it's slower XP. In almost every time I've ever tested it, it's been slower XP. Like a solo player would be gaining more, a duo would be gaining more, a trio would be gaining less than 6, 4 players about the same as 6, 5 players way less. 5 players is the worst. Because the grind is so long from what I've seen so far. Yeah, the grind is very long, yeah. I was going to play a rogue, but after seeing elementalist pets, I'm going to go with that. I've heard the spells are expensive, but I'm looking for a wiki. Spells, you're not going to have too much of an issue with. After about level 25 or 30, you should be able to afford all your spells going forward. As long as you are killing monsters of your level, you should start to be able to afford your spells. Up until about level 20, 25, maybe 30, you're going to have to pick and choose what spells you want. Because you may not be able to afford them. You won't be able to afford all of them, depending on your class. Some classes will be able to afford all of them because they just have few spells. Other classes are going to struggle. Like a druid has a bunch of spells. Elementalist has a bunch of spells. Shaman has a bunch of spells. For Incaster, tailoring is recommended since I can make money, make my own armor and bags. I mean, tailoring is good, yeah. It's not a bad choice. Tailoring is good for making cloth gear. You also, though, if you want to have statted cloth gear, you're also going to need enchanting. You can also make bags with tailoring, although it's probably easier to make bags with leather working because it's easier to obtain leather than it is cloth scraps. So it depends, but you can level up all of your trade skills. You skip your more random spells, breathing, yeah, cold protection. Yeah, I would skip all of those in the beginning and then go back and buy them later when you have extra money. You like that idea? I think you have a good system in mind here. I wonder how the devs think on that because honestly, grouping is supposed to be encouraged. It's an issue that we're constantly battling on afoot. We're constantly battling that with the devs. In the alpha, it was 12 mobs for a group of 6. You had to kill 12 enemies for 1 solo mob. It was so bad. We got them to come down from 12 to 4, and it's still bad. So hopefully we get there. I'm fighting the good fight. Some people disagree. They think that I'm fighting the wrong fight, but whatever. Because some people are like, no, I want to be able to solo. You still can solo. Even if they increase the XP for groups, you can still solo and do very well. But yeah, people hear what they want to hear. What you gonna do? Let me see. I'm gonna count how many XP spots we had here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 35, 30. Yeah, it's 39 XP spots that I talked about this morning of various levels. I'll put all that into one big video. Any other questions you guys have before I have to go for the weekend? Because I'm not gonna be here. I got an hour and a half left today, and then I won't be around much. You can always message me on Discord if you want to. Feel free to message me as much as you want on Discord. I'll try to answer. If you have questions about things. Who is the best healer? For a group, I would say a shaman is the best healer. The best at recovering health and preventing damage to mobs or to your target is going to be the cleric. But the best overall healer is probably the shaman right now. Quest with the ring? I have not. No, I never figured that out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. One second, guys. All right. Yeah, I don't even know if that is a quest with the ring. Like, there may not even be a quest with that. That ring and the sword and all that kind of stuff. May not even be a thing. That was just 100% like a guess that there might be a quest. You're very valuable to the community. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Ed. Tanks have mostly been group class for most games I played. Yeah, all the tanks in this game are group, except for, like, the Shadow Knight is the only one that can solo. Really? I mean, they all can technically solo. It's just going to be a huge pain in the butt to do it with any of them except for the Shadow Knight. So I wouldn't recommend choosing a tank and expecting to solo, even on the Shadow Knight. You can do it, but still not great. Good morning. How you doing, Ashira? We're not going to be XPing or anything tonight, Ashira. I'm going to be leaving in about an hour and a half. Isar is at the airport, so whenever I'm done, I'm pretty sure he's going to be logging off and getting ready to get on his plane. The other guys might be on. I don't know. You can try to hit up like Kaz or Stein or Gammy or whatever. They might be around to do stuff if you want to try to do stuff with them. But we're not going to be here tonight or tomorrow for doing XP stuff. But we'll be back on Monday. Well, maybe Sunday night, actually. We'll probably be back on Sunday night doing stuff again. Currently level 19 Shadow Knight, pretty good geared. It's like 2 to 4 mobs and you have no health and no mana. Yeah. Then you got to sit down, meditate. Yeah, you got to, every class has to do that though. You're lucky that you can do 2 to 4 mobs and then sit down and meditate and get your mana back and then do 2 to 4 mobs again. Some classes are better, some classes are worse. The good thing about like the archer is that as long as you have arrows, you can pretty much snare kite, and you just run around and snare kite things. So it's, like I said, some classes are really good at it, some aren't. I really don't want to solo. I want to experience every kind of group experience, which is lacking on most MMOs now. That's what I want as well, Ed, and that's what I'm trying to get the devs to lean towards more. They want that as well. The devs definitely have stated many, many times this is a group-focused game, and they want people grouping. The problem is the way that they currently have it balanced is not encouraging groups enough. So hopefully we can get through to them, like they can hear our cries, and they hear. I think they do hear us, and they know. I think they're starting to see it, especially with the data they've received from the beta. The data from the beta, I think is kind of opening that up and letting them know, like, hey, not a lot of people are playing group-wise. Like, in the high levels, groups are great, around level, in the 40s and then definitely into the 50s. When you hit 50, you pretty much have to group. You don't have to. Some classes can still solo, but it becomes a lot easier to group. It's actually difficult to group, but it's a lot better to group then. And you want to start collecting gear. So in the 50s, that's about where the game should be for the rest of the game, all the way from 1 up to 50. It's just not really there. Like, a lot of classes can literally just solo all the way up to like 50. They can go back and get gear once they've out-leveled something. They can usually just go back and get some of the gear so that they can continue to level up to 50. It's just not that hard to do for some classes. So hopefully we fix some of that. SK could solo well in EQ for a long time. Well, they can't. They can in this. Like, there's a Shadow Knight that solos still in the 50s. They can solo in this probably all the way to 60, but they're the only tank that can do it. The HP regen is really bad. Yeah, it's supposed to be, but yes. I think sitting down, I get 5 HP per 6 seconds sitting on my fighter. It's not much. And I have 2,000 health, like 2,100 health or something like that, without buffs. So 5 every 6 seconds with 2,000 health. That takes what? 2,000. That would be 400 ticks. So that would be 2,400 seconds. Yikes. 2,400 seconds of just sitting down, doing literally nothing but sitting down to get my health back. I just don't think it has to be that bad, and our bandages could be better. Yeah, I mean, if I could use bandages and all that kind of stuff as well, right? That's 40 minutes? Yeah, it's 40. That's just sitting. Now, I can use bandages. And I could get buffs like regen and stuff from other players that can boost that. But if I don't have bandages, that's it. Bandages are the only thing that you can do with a fighter. That's it. And that costs a lot of cloth to do that. So, do you like solo? Just if looking for a group for a long time, I like to be able to do something other than sitting on my rear. I agree, Brian. Like, I have no issues with people being able to solo. But it's like solo while you're looking for a group. If you can get a group, you're still going to want to take it. You should. Right now, you don't have to. For some classes. Like the higher level you are, maybe every 3 levels or so, you get another 1 to 2% jump in mana regen or mana gain. So it's based on your meditation skill. Meditation is given anybody that has mana regen or has mana as a resource. So anybody except for fighter, monk, archer, and rogue. Everybody else in the game gets meditation because they all use mana in some way. And they get meditation at different levels. The main caster classes, I think, get it at level 4. Am I right on that? It's level 4 or 8 that you get it. I think it's level 4. And then the hybrid classes get it at like 8 or 12 or something. Anyway, your meditate while sitting gives you 1 mana per 10 meditate. Up to 200 up to 225 skill level, I think. So you can get up to 23 mana per tick is the maximum you can get sitting down meditating. And that's at level like 45 plus. So from 45 to 60, you're getting 23 per tick. Maybe 24 per tick because you get a base of 1. That's without enlightenment or any other mana regen buffs. Want to buy Rubicite Breastplate? There is or are health regen items in the game. They're very high level, but they do exist. But it's like +1 or +2 at most, and they don't stack. So whichever one you have is the highest. That's it. So it's not much. I had to make sure I was good at my class and make friends that way. For what? There's a 3 and a 5 for HP regen now. Those must be new then. Where do those come from, Hoss? Because the highest one that I saw previously was off of a raid boss, and it was +1. And it came off of a level 60 raid boss. That was an alpha, though. I'd imagine that would be the rarest of the rare. Yeah, they're probably pretty rare items. The most rare one I know of is +4. So +4 health regen. Yeah, I need to figure out where those are. I haven't seen those in the beta yet. There's a lot of items I need to get in the beta. Like, my group has been kind of lax on going in camping gear. We really should be camping more gear. And I think we're going to start doing that more now that we're in the 50s. We're going to try to go and do some more named camping. You good on mana or need a second? He's at the airport. If I look, yes, I could probably get its name. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen some of those. Named camping is brutal. I was doing the Pale Guardians at the top of the tower, placeholder the entire time for 2 hours. Didn't see the name once. Yep, that'll happen. That will happen. But it's all RNG though, right? Like you might not see a name for 2 hours, and then you might see 3 back to back to back. So it's very RNG based. There was one in alpha that we camped. It's 100% spawn rate. 100% spawn rate. Every 10 minutes, this mob spawned. We were trying to get 1 item on it. We probably camped that mob for 30 hours before we finally got the item we wanted. And it spawned every 10 minutes. So, RNG can be a pain in the butt. Too much RNG at some point, though, because it's spawn plus item plus win the roll. Can be, yeah, it can be. But that's going to be where your like static groups come in. You know, that's one good thing about my group. You know, we may not have a lot of gear right now. Like I definitely could use some more gear, and some of them could also use some more gear. But once we start gear farming, you know, we'll sit at a camp and we'll help each other out for days if we have to get an item. So my group's very good about that. How are bards? Would you say they're the best class to duo with a bard? Bards and duos are not good. Bards are really good for the more players you have in your party, the better. But they're also good at soloing because of charm. If they nerf charm, change charm, balance charm, whatever, if they do too much with charm, then bards soloing is going to definitely drop off. What I think they need to do is increase some of the bard songs. There's like Dissonant Rift. They've got 4 or 5 of those songs that they can do damage while kiting a mob around. So they could put a snare on the mob, and then they could do these dot songs. I think they should do that with the bard, increase that, and then lower their ability, their effectiveness in charming. But that would be for solo. For a group, though, you definitely want to have more players in your party for the bard, because the more players you have, the more their songs are going to affect, and it's going to just boost up your entire group. So it just gets, you know, better for every person in your party. But bards are in a pretty good place. I think once they balance charm properly, if they bring charm down to where I would like to see it, then they need to give bards probably double attack. So they would have dual wield and double attack. And then maybe balance out their some of their spells, make them a little bit stronger. That's what I would like to see with the bard. Dueling with a bard is awkward because of how they play. Yeah, it's an awkward thing. They don't really bring anything to a duo. I mean, they help a little bit, but APM as bard, you got to be, yes, high APM as a bard. I don't recommend playing bards in this game. Unless they decide to add a melody or some way to make bards easier to play, then I don't recommend playing bards. You're just constantly casting like 4 or 5 buttons over and over. And I mean, I'm doing the same thing. but you got to move around a lot. You're tabbing targets a lot, trying to charm mobs. They're just really cumbersome. But somebody might like that play style. Basically, every 3 seconds you're casting a new ability. And they're 3-second cast times. So, cast an ability, wait 3 seconds. Cast an ability, wait 3 seconds. Cast an ability, wait 3 seconds. That is Bard gameplay. So, I don't know, it feels kind of bad to me. I don't like it. It's a busy class. It's a very busy class, yeah. The best duos will be 2 classes that each have really strong features. Bard being mild and everything. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, your best duo classes are like 2 solo classes together. Duo, right? Or something like a fighter shaman. So a healer tank is a really good duo class. Or a healer melee DPS is a good duo class. Yeah, those are good. If they don't build in Melody, people would just auto hotkey or something. They will. They'll try. They are very, 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 very... How many times do I need to say very to emphasize how against auto hotkey they are? If you use auto hotkey, expect to get banned. And I'm not kidding you. Like, that is not exaggeration. Be very careful if you're trying to use auto hotkey, mouse and keyboard macros, any of that kind of stuff. They are very much against it. They have tools in place to track it and find it. If they track it and find it, they will tell you to stop it. And if you continue to do it, they will ban your account. And I'm not exaggerating on how I cannot emphasize enough how much they are against it. So just letting you guys know, I'm warning you ahead of time. Use it at your own risk. The contrast with casters, that's cast 1 spell, sit for 30 seconds, repeat. Yeah, it's a very stark contrast with them. Like, bards are constantly using an ability every 3 seconds, and then you have a cleric that casts 1 spell every 60 seconds or something. Like, depending on how you play them, you can definitely do more with a cleric, but some clerics just sit there and heal. So, Druid Enchanter is Abomination to balance. Druid Enchanter is very strong as a duo. It's extremely strong, mostly because of charm. They gotta do something with charm. Where did you get with getting flagged? It's good. Like, I talked to Sean, I talked to Swanee about it on my end, getting flagged for the auto hotkey, mouse, keyboard, macros, all that kind of stuff. We're fine. Everything's fine now. I just don't use any of those anymore. Like, what was flagging me, what they say was flagging me, and what I think was flagging me are different. So I just stopped even using any type of mouse and keyboard macros. I wasn't using auto hotkey at all. I have used auto hotkey to test it out. And the devs know that. I've made it very clear to them that I have tested it to see how far you can go with it. And you can go pretty far with auto hotkey. But I used mouse and keyboard macros. I prefer to use mouse and keyboard macros. It definitely makes life easier. But because of the issues that I had getting flagged and all that kind of stuff, I've just completely stopped using any of those kind of macros, except for on my mouse, which I don't use the button very often. But this button right here on my mouse is a macro to my 0 key, basically my button, my macro that I spam in game. It's a macro to this macro right here. So it just hits that button over and over and over. But I just completely stopped using it because of they were like, nope, you're definitely doing this and this, and I'm like, I'm not, but okay. Like, I didn't want to argue with them about it. They didn't want to argue with me about it. It wasn't worth arguing about. So I went back and forth with them a couple times, and I said, okay, fine. I won't use any type of buttons. I have a Corsair keyboard that has the G1 through 6 keys, and I had macros set to those so that I could hit those buttons, but those were causing issues. So I stopped using them completely. He complained about charm. Drink. Yes, I complained about charm. Everybody take a swig. Finding a group during the day, generally on a weekday, not easy to folks working. Yeah, it's not. You're right. I noticed you got taunt in your macro. Does it build threat? Not like in WoW. So, a couple things on that. It's not supposed to build threat, but so we'll go over this way first. Taunt uses the martial ability. You need to level your martial ability so that taunt doesn't get resisted. That's one of your skills here. So if you go down here to martial, I have 270 out of 270. I spam taunt to make sure that it stays maxed. So whenever I level, I make sure that I spam it to max it up as quickly as possible. So that's partly why it's on my macro. Outside of that, does it actually increase threat? I am 100% sure at one point it did increase threat. But now I'm not sure. I think they changed something. I'm not 100% sure how it works. How it's supposed to work is if you are not the number 1 spot, you're on the threat list, but you are number 2, 3, 4, 100, whatever. It's supposed to move you to the number 1 spot plus 1 threat. That's what it's supposed to do, and supposedly that's all it does. And that means once you taunt, anybody does anything, it's going to pull it immediately off of you. But I do believe that if you're at the number 1 spot and you use taunt, you do gain some threat. But the amount of threat, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tested it enough during beta, but I just keep spamming it anyway, and it works for me. So you need to be at the number 1 spot when you use it, though. Like if you lose that number 1 spot and then you use it again, you're still at just number 1 plus 1. So it doesn't really do much. Give me 1 second after this one, Isar. I got to help my mom get something out of the car. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to do that. Get something out of my mom's car, and then I'll be right back. So we're just going to kill this mob real fast. I agree that Hado Hotkey is against the spirit of the game, but there's friction like bars, songs. People will use it. They will, yeah. I better resolve those friction points with the game mechanics. I agree. There's going to be a lot of issues with it. I don't know how. Like I can't emphasize it enough. Auto hotkey, mouse, keyboard, macros. They are very, very, very against them. So just be very careful if you use them. Be right back. I'm back. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to be killing... If they fix that area, you're not going to be killing it as a solo. They need to fix it. You can't train mobs out. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. Oh, did you guys get Vera? So as a ranger, I have taunt. Never used it. Learn as martial. Mine was 0 skill. Yep. That's why you spam it. Well, don't spam it, though, if you're in a group. Spamming taunt in a group as a ranger is bad. Whistling shot, which is a ranged taunt that generates threat. That's a might ability. Yeah. Our taunt would be mainly off tank. Yeah. So taunt on a ranger, monk, and spellblade, they all have taunt. That doesn't make them tanks. It allows them to off tank. If the tank needs, you know, like something bad happens, you can off tank. There's other tricks you can do with a monk with taunt, but we're not going to go into all that. Hopefully they fix those tricks, but you can use it to interrupt spell casting. Archer has a range taunt, sort of, a distracting shot. Yeah, they have a range threat builder. It's different than taunt, but it generates threat, and they need to remove that. That is a very, very, very strong ability for doing certain things. They really should do something about that. I've got an hour before I have to leave, so if we want to do it. Threat generator, I almost always pull it off. I need to do with that, yeah. I mean, having a threat generator is fine, but a range threat generator in this game, just the way that it works, is just... It's kind of bad. Because it allows rangers to snare kite very easily. So you can put one ranger and then a bunch of archers in a group, and they can kill just about anything in the game. Because they can snare it, and then they can just run away. And that's without the XP bonus from the Campfire. Yeah, it's really bad. Well, it's really good, which is bad. March 27, struggling to find a group right now. Is there decent solo content? Yeah, Archer soloing is some of the best in the game. I mean, at level 27, you could go to, like... I mean, I don't know where archers actually solo and kite, but you could probably go to glass flats and kite around those bugs, the beetles, the snakes, and jackals that are right there in glass flats, going from Sunreet Strands. You can just kite those. I imagine there's plenty of room over there. They're all melee mobs. You just got to learn how to do it. That's the thing. People will say that certain classes are not good at soloing, and it's just because they haven't figured out how to do it yet. Once you figure out how to do it, it's not that hard on a lot of classes. Been having a hard time finding a group to do Dario. Then most of the time the place is camped. Yeah. Yeah, once they fix the Night Harbor lag, people are going to be going in there and doing that a ton. But until they fix Night Harbor lag, it's really hard to fight named. It's really hard to fight anything in there. Soloing at the moment, found a spot where I get 1/5 of a blue per kill. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And you can kill 2 at a time. Enchanters are broken. They are broken. Like I've heard a lot of people say, not a lot, but I've heard several people say that if they don't do something about charm, they just don't want to play the game because it's just going to become, what did we call it last night, Ashira? I think Kaz was saying monsters and charmers, and you said like charming the game or something. Monsters and charms the game or whatever. Can bards do the same as enchanters? Bards could do it better for a while. They kind of sort of fixed / nerfed that with the swarm charming. Drink, yes, drink again. Kind of fixed that with the swarm charming a little bit. So I'm not sure how bards are with charm killing anymore, but man, oh man, is it an issue. Just across the board, it's an issue. Bards can't charm with anything anymore. I mean, they can still charm if they get decent charisma, but they changed the swarm charming thing to where when mobs hit your charmed mob, it has a chance to break. So if a lot of mobs are hitting your charmed mob, then it breaks very quickly. But they can only charm for 18 seconds at a time anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I think they should just remove charm from bards altogether. Just remove charm from bards, and then give them better buffs for their class. Like, give them double attack back, so they can dual wield and double attack. Increase their damage from their Dissonant Rift line. You know, buff their spell or their songs a little bit with instruments. You know, fix that. That would be so much better for bards. It's too thematic, the Pied Piper. Yeah, but the Pied Piper was specific to, like, charming rats to go to. That's all the Pied Piper is, right? Like, it's a different thing. Bards being able to charm mobs up to level 60? I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Feel the same way if they nerf charm, though I'd say play because it's not like there's something else. Yeah, I mean, they have to nerf charm. They have to. Like, they have to. And I know nerf is a hard word. They have to balance charm. I'm telling you, it's once you figure it out, once you understand it, it's way too strong. But how they're going to balance, they're not going to get rid of it, and I don't want them to get rid of charm. Like, I think charm is a staple skill, and it should be in the game. but gotta balance it. But anyway, I'm not going to argue with people about it. Like, everybody's going to have their opinion. But just trust me on that. Once you understand how charm functions, compared to everything else in the game, it's way too strong. Your launcher won't load properly after you crash. Just hit the repair, like close the launcher completely down and try again, or hit that repair button a couple times. That fixes it a lot of times. I've tried charming 1v1, even with dark blues. It will break within 5 seconds on average. You need higher charisma. That's the problem. Like, it's based on your charisma now. So, yeah, if you have low charisma, it's going to break every single time very quickly. If you have high charisma, it's going to last a lot longer. So it's literally just gear-based now. I think you need to make a charm more costly, make it last like 30 seconds. Yeah, there's a lot of ways they can do it. Does it make sense that Bard is out there soloing, entertaining mobs to death, or performing in a group? That's another argument, yeah. Makes no sense for them to do it to just Bards. They should do it for all charms. Pretty sure that will balance it pretty drastically, because then you have to DPS stick. Well, yeah. I'm not, guys, again, I'm not going to debate it all day. I just all I could say is charm is bad in its current form. It's bad for the health of the game. There's a lot of ways they can fix it. A lot. And keep it in the game. Like, I don't want charm gone. I think charm is okay to have in the game. It just needs to be balanced better. It needs to be tweaked. That's all there is to it. What about mobs building mental resistance? That's another way they can do it, yeah. There's, like I said, a bunch of ways that they could balance it. A bunch. I'm just spitballing ideas. It'll be interesting how they handle it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and you guys' ideas are fine. Like, you know, they're fine ideas. I just don't like how people get so upset about it. They get so upset. Like, oh my god, it's all my class can do. Well, that's not true. It's not all your class can do. It's all you're choosing to do with your class. It's not all that your class can do. Like, a lot of people think that if the enchanter doesn't have charm, it basically becomes a worthless class. And I'm like, it doesn't, though. That's what's kind of irritating about it. The difference when I upgraded my charisma from 90 to 120 has been huge charming. Oh, yeah? Yeah, the amount of charisma needed is substantial. 34 minutes. Had to log out and log back in. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes too. The launcher is a bit finicky. I think Ali is still working on that. Somebody's still working on that. The top right, it says you're shaded. I've been resting status too. What do those statuses do exactly if the rogue is shaded? Is it stealth better? Okay, so shaded does basically nothing, as far as we know. I have never found anybody that can actually tell me what shaded does. I think it might be used in the future to like use less drink, like less water. It might do something like that, but right now it does nothing, as far as I know. Yeah. Reduces sunskin risk. That's true. It probably does that. So maybe in the future it'll be used for something. Then you have the sheltered buff, which is this one right here. That's sheltered. Sheltered does one thing, and that has to do with your rested bonus. So if you're next to a campfire, you will get a warmth of a campfire buff on your buff bar over here. If you are next to a campfire and it's a nice day outside, no weather and anything like that, you will gain a rested buff. The rested buff stacks up to 20 minutes. Every 6 seconds, you gain 1 minute, up to a maximum of 20-minute buff. That gives you a 15% XP bonus. Whenever you kill a mob, you gain 15% XP. I just don't have wood right now. That's why we don't have a campfire. So that's what that does. You always want to be rested when you are in a group XP. Whenever you're gaining XP, you always want to try to be rested. Now, if it's raining or there's a sandstorm, there's other weather effects that are going on, and you sit next to a campfire and you get the warmth of a campfire buff, you will not gain rested if you are hungry, I think if you're thirsty, or if there's bad weather. So if there's bad weather, you then need to be sheltered. And all sheltered is when you look straight up, is there something above your head? That's literally all sheltered is. So just make sure that you sit over something or under something. Something is over your head. It can literally be a branch on a tree. Just something has to be over your head to gain the sheltered buff. So, yeah, if there's weather outside and you want to gain rested next to a campfire. Hopefully I explained that well. Shaded reduces water consumption. Has that been proven, though, Ashira? I don't think that's been proven. I think that's an assumption that a lot of people make. I honestly don't think that's been proven. No, shaded has nothing to do with the campfire. Yeah, that's sheltered. Yeah, so. That's why groups are always huddled around a campfire? Yes, that's why groups are huddled around campfires. You always return to town with a whole lot more water than rations? What kind of rations are you using, though? And what kind of water are you using? If they nerf charm too bad, they will have a hard time in groups. They won't, though. That's an incorrect statement, Brian. Absolutely incorrect statement. They could remove charm from the game. Completely remove it from the game. And every class that has charm will still be wanted in groups. So, charm has nothing to do with classes being wanted in groups. Because of charm, those classes are now required in groups if you're trying to min-max. People want to take a charm class over anyone else in the game. That's where it's causing the problem. But if you remove charm, every single class that has charm will still be wanted in groups for various reasons. It'll just allow classes without charm to be also wanted in groups. Literally all it does. And not only if they don't buff the other aspect of the class. The enchanter, an enchanter not using charm is still welcome in a group. They will increase the group's DPS by at least 100%. They increase the group's effectiveness by at least 100%. Without charm. Adding charm just makes it even more. Like the haste, the clarity, or the enlightenment, the slow debuff, the rune skin they can give to people, the mez abilities, just them being able to crowd control, all of that stuff is highly valued in a group. Has nothing to do with charm. Shaded helps to keep my glowing pale complexion. There you go. Any cooked food or food you pick up will get eaten. That's true as well, yeah. If you pick up like lemons or any of that food, it uses that food. Which is partly why people have extra water when they go back to town. I have never, like, this is my stacks right here. 8, 8, 20, 20. Like, I buy the exact same number of rations and water, and I go back to town every single time with the exact same number of rations and water. It doesn't change. Sometimes I'm shaded, sometimes I'm not shaded. That's why I don't think that it affects drinking. I think it should. I think shaded, if you're shaded, should use less. But that's if I'm in a dungeon, it doesn't matter where I am. So I don't think it does anything. I just made the point on Discord, a class ability isn't solo. Ability to solo isn't so much my issue. Some of the best solo classes have a ton of group utility. Yeah, that's the issue that I see as well. Is that it's not that the classes can solo, but it's that they can solo and they are still the best classes in a group to have in a group. So they're double dipping. So right now, if somebody said, if you have a choice between an enchanter and a rogue in your party, which do you take? Enchanter. An enchanter or a spellblade in your party, which do you take? Enchanter. An enchanter or a wizard? Enchanter. You see what I'm getting at? You never take anything but an enchanter in your party. You would take a healer over an enchanter if you don't have a healer. But if you already have a healer, you take enchanter. If you already have a tank, you take an enchanter. Literally and if you already have an enchanter, guess what? You still take another enchanter. If they're willing to charm. You always want to take an enchanter in your party. 100% of the time. The only time you wouldn't is if you have 5 people in your party and you don't have a tank or you don't have a healer. Then you probably want to take a tank or a healer. Anything else, enchanter. Always the best. What's the highest DPS class in the game? Enchanter. Because of charm. Anyway, I'm not, like I said, I don't want to debate charm all day. I can tell you why it's bad. You agree or you won't agree, and that's going to be it. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Next level together. How you guys doing? Welcome. I hate to say, unfortunately, I'm only going to be here for like another 45 minutes or so. I appreciate you guys coming in. I'm going to get a haircut. I got a couple things I have to do because I'm traveling tomorrow. But yeah, welcome in for the next 45 minutes or so. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I got a lot of knowledge on the game. I'll try to answer them. I'm also very opinionated, so know that. Know that going in. If you remove charm from those, wouldn't you still want the enchanter over the rogue? Yes, right now you would, CJ. If you remove charm from the game, at that point you only want one enchanter in your group, though. You wouldn't want multiple enchanters. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is an enchanter is just, it does everything. It's just really, really good right now. That's where the balance comes in. Rogue needs implemented. It's not a fair... well, Rogue does need, but you still... Even if the Rogue poisons were in the game, you would still want Enchanter. You still want it because of the Charm mob, with Charm. Besides Enchanter, what would be the highest DPS? Highest DPS in the game right now is probably... Burst DPS would be Wizard. They're not good for long-term sustained DPS, but as far as just bursting something down, if they blow all of their mana, highest DPS in the game is Wizard. Another good DPS right now, the Elementalist is good with their pet plus their nukes. The Archer's very good right now. The Beastmaster's very good. Those will probably be some of the best DPS at the moment. How long does it take to reach level cap? Minimum 400 hours. I doubt anyone could do it faster than 400 hours without being power leveled. If you're power leveled, you could do it way faster than that. But yeah, without being power leveled, I'd say 400, up to 600 or so. That's focusing on XPing most of the time. If you're looking at doing quests or you're working on trade skills or those other things, then I would say, you know, it's going to take even longer. I have a solution. Enchanter duels a rogue. Enchanter charms the rogue. Easy peasy. Well, then the Enchanter's doing less DPS. The whole reason that charm is so strong is because monsters are strong. That's the whole reason. I think Ashira was doing... Ashira charmed a monster in our group the other night. That enemy was hitting for 139 damage, up to 4 attacks per round. 139 damage, 4 times every 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nobody does that DPS. No class does that DPS. It's insane. I'm going to be a fighter on launch. Yeah, Charm Plus Air Elemental buff is even better, yeah. Do you think there's still a chance of playtest getting pushed back? I don't think so, Dusty. I don't think they're going to push it back. They might. But I doubt it. I'm pretty sure that they have resolved most of the lag issues in Night Harbor. Most of the glaring issues since the last patch have been slowly resolved. So, yeah, I think that we're still going to get the playtest over the weekend. I hope we do. I'm driving home tomorrow, and I don't want to miss out on too much of the closed beta. So I'm already going to miss out on like 24 hours of the closed beta as it is. On P99, I'd sometimes duel the cleric on my warrior. That way the cleric had complete control over my HP. Could bonk me on the head and heal me. Yeah, you could do that. They definitely could do that. Might take you 400 days to get at max level, you think? Missing out 24 hours of beta has to suck. Yes, it's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, I mean, I already missed out on some of beta. But it's not a big deal, you know. It is what it is. We got like 30 minutes. I've dueled party members before to mana drain them. Nice. Yeah, Gith is a shaman. Yeah, we can train down there right now. I got like 30 minutes and I gotta go. Yeah, but Gith is a shaman. Yeah, which I would recommend as if you're going to be any type of group. If you're trying to do a static group and you want to have the best overall healer for XPing, shaman is probably the best. They're also going to be needed in game, and they can solo, just not very well. All right, we're running down there to do it either way. If we're going to do it, I need to run now because I'm not going to have much time to deal with it. Uh-oh, wait, should we try to invis an IVU? Let's do that this time so I don't train somebody. Okay. I mean... I saw Joppy say he wants to focus, not to be leveling, but on this place being your third home that you spend a lot of time. Rough quote. Yeah, he said that a while ago for Pantheon. Which, I mean, is the same thing for Monsters and Memories. That's what people want. Right? That's what people want out of it. But, you know, people are going to spend a bunch of time in these games. We are headed that way now. The part where I don't care? So join the party, don't join the party, you know, whatever. I'm excited for the RP server. Yeah, are you going to join the RP server? Yeah. I think it's going to be fun for a lot of people. They're going to love that kind of stuff. Like, that's one thing I love about this game is you have so many different play styles. You have people that want to go hard and get to max level and do raids. You have people that are just going to sit around town and socialize and maybe do a lot of trade skills. You're going to have people that are going to, you know, form up little groups and just kind of XP and have fun that way. You have so many different ways that people are going to play the game. And that, to me, is awesome. I love that. I don't think it'll be launched, so hopefully abandon my character, but worth it. Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to have a roleplay server at launch. I think if they get enough people wanting to play. Well, we're running down there. I think it does show the cap, but we're running down there. Might as well kill her. Maybe she'll respawn with a cap. I'd probably take it so I don't have to play with people. Football. Oh, they're gonna have some naming guidelines. On all the servers. I think it's gonna be more lax on some of the servers, like football rules. I doubt that. I mean, I think they're gonna probably ask that person to change it. At least change the spelling of it, so it's just not like, just, you know. But we'll see. You can't be Big Chungus. I think there was a Big Chungus at one point. But yeah, they have talked about that. They want to not allow people to have silly names like that. Sean actually said one time he doesn't care if people have silly names, but he doesn't want to deal with people petitioning and have to constantly fight about the silly names. So he's just like, we're just not going to allow them, is basically my understanding from what Sean said. If you can show the family tree of the Chunguses, maybe. Yeah. I mean, who's to say? But they are going to have some sort of rules-ish. Yeah. I won't be on at all from once I log out today. I won't be back until, well, I mean, yeah, until Sunday, basically. I'll be back on Sunday. Well, the servers are going down tomorrow. Oh my God, Kaz, you are so oblivious to what's going on with this game. Yes, Friday at 1 p.m., the open beta servers are starting, which means the closed beta server is closing. That's going to last from Friday at 1 p.m. until Sunday at 1 p.m. as of right now. But they're not, Kaz. There's only 3,000 people in the open or in the closed beta. There's 30,000 people in the Discord alone. There's still a lot of people that would like to test out and play the game. People are just completely oblivious. People on the beta are just oblivious. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Please don't be... I'm out of mana? I think I'm out of mana is a good name for a druid. I won't be, no. Yeah, I'm going to hang out with my family this weekend. I might stream the new Pokemon game with my son. And then after that, though, so Sunday through next Sunday, I'll be on my normal times a bunch, probably. But then that's spring break week, that following Sunday. So the Sunday Easter, or Easter Sunday. I'll probably be gone like 3 days after that as well. Sunday at 1 p.m. Exactly. You know, like people take the weekend, you know, and just enjoy your weekend. Do something else. For me, silly names rip me out of the immersion of the world, but names are highly personal, and I could be the only person who thinks that way. No, I mean, some names, yes. Some I get it to some extent. But it depends, like, on how silly your name is, you know? In my opinion, it depends on how silly your name is. I can ignore most names and just be like, I don't care. I really don't care what people's names are in the game. Makes zero difference to me. I care more about the person playing the character and are they a decent human being or not. Don't care what your name is. I mean, growing up, I had friends with silly nicknames, you know? So, same thing, in my opinion. I'm horrible at naming. Most of my tunes on P99 are deities from Forgotten Realms. I mean, yeah. I would say some people probably don't like that. You know? They're like, oh, you're using a deity from D&D. That's not, you know... Be original, and they're going to be all mad about that. I mean, I just say, who cares? It's just a name. But football really does rule. Yeah. I mean, kind of. It's akin to using Legolas Gandalf. I totally see that. Yeah, exactly. Those kind of names are like, really? You're an archer named Legolas? Really? You're a wizard named Gandalf? Come on. But whatever, you know. When I first started playing Meridian 59 back in 1995 or whenever that was, my character's name was Death Dragon. Because I was a middle school kid and I thought that was cool. You know? Like, whatever. I'm running that way as fast as I can. My little legs will take me. I'm in town. If you want to try, it's going to take me a minute to get there still. I'm at the West Bank. I'm running. He gave bad information. That's what he did. Well, Probably not, because we're not sure if she wears it or not. So still not good information. You can take her over to the porter. I'll be there in just a second. Caspian, maybe? Ah. All right, I'm here. Is she down? I got her on the bridge. You got a 53? Nice! Got a full yellow of XP since I joined your stream. Awesome. That's really good XP. Oh, Andy. I'll let you loot it. Kaz was wrong again. I love it. Yeah, let's see that fancy hat. Where's that at? Where you at? Looks like a pilgrim hat. Nice. Fancy hat. We've been trying to camp that for a while, so every time we saw Vera up, we're like, let's go kill it. So, yeah. You got what? Oh, yeah. That's nice. Ooh, look at that bad boy. That's... Wait, why? I wonder why that's no drop. Is that a Goblin Necro in Lich? Yeah, yeah, it's a Goblin Necro in Lich. Alright, I got 20 minutes to kill. No. I mean, she's probably accidentally been trained to the guard, yes. You might have, yeah. But that proves that you don't listen to Kaz, ever. It's an ammo slot for some reason? Yeah. That is so getting nerfed. We'll see. It's really good. Yeah, it is 7 charisma plus the mana and health on an ammo slot. Yeah, it's good. That's good. It's very, very, very good. Oh my god, I can't disenchant that? Are you kidding me? Alright, let's see. Who can we find that can use this? Some low-level players. Do you want me to come back? Alright, or just yell at me if it's up before you pull it, and I'll come back. Let's see, who else? Buff and stuff. Who buff? He's probably too high. 45 fighter. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm not mean that way. Who can we give these to? Level 8 archer? Or 18 archer? Can a shaman use this? Yes. Okay, we're going to do that. There we go. Give away all this stuff. What's with the gold sharing and group play? I get 1 silver. My friend gets 20 copper. So it's based... It's like round robin. So basically, if it's not evenly split, if it's not able to be evenly split, it goes to a random person. May roll as a monk on launch. Yeah. We would definitely have a monk in our group. It's going to be worth having. All right, let's see. What do we have here? Do we have silver? Iron. Oop. Silver bar. Well, I guess we're going to buy silver bars. We'll do it this way. 9 silver to buy a silver bar. Maybe I should buy 10. Let's buy 10. Let's try this first. Let's see if this works. Cannot combine into anything. Okay, well that didn't work. Let's try silver. So silver works. So we're going to buy... It's an easy way to level... Easy way to level jewel crafting. Kind of expensive, but easy. I've got like 15 minutes tops. To go to the dentist? My buddy's got to go to the dentist at 2:30 today. And it's funny. I probably should have just paid to level this up. It's probably cheaper than 9 silver each skill up for these first few levels. Oh well. No, is it up? All right, I'll run that way. Any luck with the veiled linen? No, not yet. I'm not sure what we can do with that. We'll mess with it for sure. You leveling jewel crafting? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm leveling right now with silver. It can drop something, yeah. It doesn't always, though. It can actually drop 2 items. But that's the placeholder for another name, so they probably just think it's a placeholder. You don't feel like doing alchemy? Yeah, I'm going to work on alchemy some as well. Mine's only at like 60. What's it at? Yeah, 60 for alchemy, so I got to work on it some. This all takes time. Lots and lots and lots of time. And money. Time and money. Yeah, that's the best way to level it, is just put 1 silver bar in, 1 gold bar. I'm coming now. 1 silver bar, 1 gold bar, 1 platinum bar. You know, any of those, that's how easy way to level it. Well, not an easy way necessarily, but I probably should just go farm a bunch of gold bars and do it that way. Have you seen corrupted leather used for anything? Not yet. I've messed around with corrupted leather a bunch. Could not find a use for it yet. No. I gave mine to Ashira. I'm sure a lot of people would love it. Yeah. Yeah, probably better, probably cheaper for me to just farm the gold. Because gold is not hard to get. He might. Actually, I think Gam's on call. So he probably won't be playing at all. And that's an easy way to level jewel crafting. Easiest way that I know of. So there's hidden recipes. There are hidden recipes in the game, yeah. Definitely hidden recipes. But that's probably going to be it for me. I should probably wrap up before I have to head out. I think there's corrupted leather recipes you can make with leatherworking. They say that, but I have not been able to figure out what those recipes are using the corrupted leather and leatherworking. So I don't know. I saw a lantern with HP regen. It was on a belt slot. Doesn't take oil. There is a lantern. Yeah, it's a really rare drop. How much HP regen does it have, though? I thought it only had like 1 or 2 or something, but I think now people are saying it has like 4. It's got 5 now? Jeez. That's crazy good. That's crazy. Coffee just showed it? Yeah, that's crazy good. Yeah, I don't think it used to have 5. Is it really a shiny belt buckle? Yep, it is kind of a shiny belt buckle. Alrighty, well, I guess I'm going to jump off here. I will not be back here. I will not be back here into Monsters and Memories probably until Sunday. I might stream over the weekend. Would love to have you guys come in over the weekend. I'm going to probably, if I stream, I'll be playing some Pokemon with my son. The new Pokemon, Potokia, whatever it's called. The Animal Crossing Pokemon game. We'll probably play some of that over the weekend and have some fun there. Make sure you follow, and yeah, we'll kind of go from there. Anyway, appreciate you all being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome, and hopefully I see you next time. Bye.